All right, why don't we look at some marked hands? I will start. Can you see my screen, Brian?
Yes, I can.
All right, so I got two hands. One I think I played okay, which is this one. This one, I think I screwed up. So I don't know if I screwed up. It might be tighter than I think. So I've got the beautiful Ace King of Hearts in the big blind.
Uh,
We got a limper, like, middle position. I don't remember what spot he was.
did
Um,
that guy just buy, did the guy in the small blind, did he just buy the button?
no, I think this is a little bit messed up. Because it doesn't show. I did post a big blind.
Oh, okay.
This astute observation, sir. I did post a big blind, but the replayer glitched. So
Oh,
I do
okay.
have $2 out in front of me.
All right.
This guy limps. This guy's on a sun run. Um, I
What is
don't
that?
know him. I've never seen him before. And
What does sunrun mean? Like
a
just
sun run
playing?
means he's hitting his cards, he's getting lucky,
Yeah.
and he's getting good. It just means you're having a very good night.
Yeah, I guy I played with last night was on that, playing any two and making two pair with everything.
Yeah, yeah. So he ISOs totally standard, ISOs to 10. Some people go 15. This is a little smaller. So gets to us.
Is the button player a good player that's ISOing because he knows to a big size because he knows it might be slightly studied, or is he just up there's more money in the pot, make it bigger? Or is that just the standard open?
Yeah, he seemed to be he was not opening any two. He
Okay.
was playing any two. He was not he was gambling a little. I would say he's not I think he's probably watched some YouTube videos, but he's not really a
He
student of the
knows,
game.
yeah, he knows a little bit.
Yeah.
Not a total fish.
So we're deep two. We're up. We're playing about 450 bucks. I buy in for 300
Mhm.
and sometimes 200, usually 200. Um,
I have a quick question about that. Why do you, I mean, it's not short. Technically, you're buying in for 100 bigs,
yeah.
but why do you do that instead of buying, like I do max buy-in no matter what, and keep chips in my pocket, and I'm always at 300 at least.
Yeah. So that is preferable. I do it because I spent about a year obsessed with solver
Hmm.
and I became very involved with not very involved, obsessed with 100 big blind strat.
Okay. So you're just more familiar with that.
So my comfort zone is 100 big blind strat.
Makes
Now,
sense though.
that's not really ideal for live poker is a deeper game. And I do reduce my exposure when I'm playing 100 big blinds. But y y it's appropriate and probably better to buy in deeper.
Okay. Yeah.
I
Just-
just buy in at 200. You should buy in at 300. That that's
Yeah.
uh, that's uh that's a better choice. You should buy it at, so is that the max in your room, 300?
Yeah, 300. And honestly, I usually walk in, I go to the bathroom right away. And as I walk to the back of the room to go to the bathroom, I check out the 1-2 tables to see if there's one that has an open seat that I see someone deep at that, because generally everyone's fish. So most of them are fish. So I'm just going to try and find the table with the biggest stacks so that I can try and build a stack up to like 400 or 500 big blinds and then try and play for stacks against a guy that's really bad and super deep.
Yeah, that's the right way to do it. You're thinking about the game appropriately. Um, yeah, you should. It's my comfort zone, but it's not ideal for live poker. I should buy it for more.
Yeah, I was just quite
Quite
wondering.
honestly, good question. So, what size are you going to use here? We're not flatting. What size are you using?
What am I gonna use? Well, if he's decent, he's got some strong hands here when he ices on the button. I would say that usually a lot of the players, does he ever limp or is he,
No, he doesn't have a limping range that I recall.
so he's still got a pretty strong range though, because, he doesn't have to open, but I would go bigger than usual. I'd probably go to like 60 here.
I think 60 is good. So makes sense to go bigger. So we got a limper. Our default's 4x, right? And we think 40 bucks to 10, plus the
Mhm.
additional 50. I went 40. I think your size is probably better because we don't want to go faulty way. So 50
Yeah.
or 60 is probably better. I go 40.
That's the other thing I'm working on right now is really focusing on trying to get heads up because it's just hard to play multi-way and make
It's a
plays.
lot harder and your equity's diluted, right? I mean,
Hmm.
you now Derek who comes in sometimes will say, well, I want to be multi because I can win bigger pots, but really it's much harder to understand the range that you're competing against.
Yeah, especially when it's limp, cold call, three bet. That's just I mean, it's actually kind of easy to understand that range. It's just a lot of smaller pairs likely that and suited aces, but you never know.
So let's go through this exercise of raging. So he calls, we get this flop. What's his range now? His range, I think, is middle pairs, probably up tens. I think he probably four bets queens and above.
I think he's
This
got
went to showdown, so we're gonna see his range.
I think he's
But
possibly got sixes to jacks or queens, offsuit big cards, suited big cards, ace jack off, stuff like that. Possibly even maybe some like nine eight suited stuff like
yeah,
that.
so these are the spot hands we can at least take out of his range. Probably ace king,
Yeah, no.
maybe ace queen. And you should flat ace queen here, but people are a little bit more aggressive live, so maybe ace queen. They overvalue ace queen. It's not that aggressive. Um, and then yeah, it's a three bet defending range. So a lot of suited Broadway, probably down to fives, suited connectors, and probably he's inappropriately playing hands like king jack. He
Queen jack, king
probably
queen, queen
has
jack.
he probably has queen jack
Yeah,
inappropriately. So he's got some jacks in his range. He has more jacks in his range than Solver would have.
definitely.
Regardless, I'm gonna see bet here and see if I can get an auto fold from like 8-7 clubs or something. Um, he calls. Now it gets interesting. We get this card. So we're drawing the nuts. And we got a gutter.
I think when you make the bet, when you see bet, you obviously have to continue now. I've been playing a lot of the in three bet pots out of position check now, and especially after Scotty was saying like, hey, it's an old idea, bet to see where you're at or try to take it down instead just check to, you know,
Yeah,
figure out where they're at.
checking out of position is fine. It's fine.
But now, yeah,
It's a good
I'm
play.
gonna over bet now.
Yeah, so we turn to equity. We're drawing to the nuts two ways. So we have probably like 13, not 11, no, 9, about 13 outs we have. So 26% of the time we're gonna hit the nuts. And then not including aces and kings. So I choose to check here, and I check because I don't think he's gonna fold anything. I was targeting his auto folds. He clearly does not have an auto fold. He's got something with equity or some kind of hand.
Well, when you
Uh,
check here, do you think he's gonna bet?
I think he's gonna bet, and I think that's fine because we can call most size bets.
Oh, I would check jam. Like if he raises to a smaller size to like, I mean, this might be spew as well, but I
Check
mean,
jam is fine. I mean, the SPR is if he bets, so he bets, I check. It's half. So SPR now is about 2. Check jam is fine. Check jam's gonna get him to fold like 9s, 8s, 10s, and some jacks a fold.
I just think that when, yeah, and when you, because then if you miss here on the river, so if you check here and then you just check call and then you miss on the river, you basically have to give up because what does he bet into you that he's gonna fold? Like, what does he continue into? He checks down a lot of his showdown, like tens, but he
Yeah,
probably doesn't bet his tens. He's just gonna, he might, and a lot of the live players don't, they just don't bet for value enough on the river. So they're just gonna check back with their jacks on the end, and you're just gonna lose.
we do have some value against like 8, 9,
Yeah, eight queen, ace queen.
maybe queen 9. We do have a little bit of value. Worse flush draws, like suited 7, 8, suited 6, 7 of hearts. But you're right. I took a passive line here. I think being a bit more aggressive probably has value. Um.
I mean, the call isn't unreasonable either. Like, you're definitely getting the odds to call. I
Yeah,
just
so
think
we're being offered about 25%. We probably have 25%. We know we've got at least 20, 20, 21% because we've got outs to the queen and we've got outs to any heart. Any non-pairing heart.
well, my
Is
question now
just
is though,
nuts.
what do you range him on here when he bets? Is he spewy or is he just
I
pretty
think he's got value. I think this is a value bet.
like a lot of jacks? I don't think he has queens or do you think queen? I think queens are probably going to raise off on the flop when you bet
I think queens, um,
are unlikely as well
I think
pre-flop.
queens are possible, but queens I think get four bet a lot.
That's what
Pre.
I would think as well. So I'd say he's got a lot of
I think he has like a lot of jack X and he's got some premiums here. From an absolute size, it's a pretty big bet, but he's running really well. So I call. The ace comes. Now we can don't.
ugh.
That's fine, but this is difficult. So I check and he shoves. So I misplayed this hand. I call and it was a mistake. Uh,
He had ace jack, didn't
it is I'm going to give you a spoiler,
he?
but we don't really beat that many bluffs. So he's now polar as shit, right? He's
Yeah.
now saying he's got um a set. He's got Broadway, right, which is quite possible.
Hmm.
Saying he's
Yeah.
got the king queen, even though we're blocking it, who cares? And they're saying saying he's got T pair plus. And so I made a mistake here, and I decided I was beating some ace X, but
Only ace queen. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. Only ace queen, maybe ace 9. But I don't think he's making this size. I don't think he's shoving it for over bet
He might
with
call.
those.
He has no ace nine because he might call the flop with ace nine with a backdoor or hearts or something like that. And but he's never gonna bet ace. He probably doesn't bet ace nine on the turn.
Yeah, I can see that. Maybe king 9 of, yeah, maybe queen 9 with that.
Queen
But
nine. Yeah, maybe.
so he shoves. I did not pass on my hand. My hand now, this is a leak I have. So when I improve on the river, it's kind of like we get a dopamine hit, right? All of a sudden we've got a good hand.
Hmm.
Like from an absolute perspective, we've got ace of hearts, king, we've got top pair, top kicker. And he But I didn't really understand what he was saying. I didn't listen very well. He's telling us he's got two pair plus. He's saying he's got 10 jack upwards.
Yeah, and he likely on the ace. That's a really scary because when he jams, when you bet the flop, he calls. You check the turn. He bets small, and you call. You have a ton of ace X. That if he has just a jack here, he's never jamming it. Ace queen. That's just. I don't think he's going. I think that he's just going to bet a normal size with ace queen on the
Yeah,
river.
I think so too.
So I think a lot of the
Yeah,
time this is just turned either he flopped Jack 10, which he could have because the board isn't super wet there. I mean, he might raise Jack 10 because of the possibility of you having King Queen, and he wants to get value from you now if he thinks
yeah.
even that much.
I mean, I think
But
solver will aggressively raise um
King Queen with backdoor,
jack 10 here.
yeah, Jack 10. So I think this is just so much value when he jams.
Yeah, it is. And I think we could fold. Should we look at this hand as a 3-bet pot?
Yeah. I
Let's
think
look at
I think that Solver will maybe make some calls here. I think the way he played it, Solver probably calls off.
100. Oh, general. Oh, wait, what are you doing? Change, general, 100. Thank you.
Ooh, Dean's here.
Hey,
Hey,
Dean.
Dean.
It's this. Well, look at this as a 3-bet pot. Let's see if he has jacks up. He mixes jacks. So this range is kind of like what we're talking about. D. So we get 10 of hearts. Two of spades, jack of diamonds. Two of spades, jack of diamonds. Yeah, we're betting this a lot in theory. We think his range looks like this, right? Maybe a little bit more polar, or maybe a little tighter.
This is
But
after you. Oh,
this
this
is
is us.
this is his 3-bet defend. So actually, this is his in position 3-bet defend. So this range actually I think is pretty similar to what he has.
Yeah, that's probably pretty close.
Because yeah, we're mixing, yeah, because he already has a condensed range because he ISOs and then he defends the ISO. It's pretty similar. I would take out like maybe a7, yeah, I would take out just maybe the king, maybe 10-8. That's it. But I think it's pretty similar. All right, so we're gonna bet this a lot. Theory, I guess we have a really good range compared to him. We like this flop for our range versus his range. Ace king can do whatever it wants. It could bet big, bet small. We're doing everything. This is really a choose your own adventure hand. I think I choose her out of 375. I think he's gonna trap this hand here.
Jacks. Yeah, top
Pretty
pair
much.
or top set likes to trap.
The only thing he is fast playing his aces on this wetter texture. I mean, maybe we have some straight draws to call. That's my fast place aces.
Just a little bit of Jack 10 and aces. But he just doesn't have aces.
No, no, he does not gonna have aces. Well, some people will. So
Yeah.
he calls. I think we're probably gonna have a bet here. You're right. I think we're gonna probably battle this 5 of hearts. Can we continue our aggression? Uh, five of hearts. We are mixing. Yeah, we checking is fine. We're mixing. Um,
What size is it like? It does not like I was gonna go with an over bet.
no, it doesn't go polar here. I'm not sure why. No. It might be SPR. The SPR is less than two. It's like 1.6. It might be because of the SPR. So yeah, you can see where this is our ace king. It's probably ace king of hearts here. Okay. Yeah, that's our ace king of hearts. It's our best ace king. It's got a lot of equity. It's got 54% equity, but just doesn't bet. Notice we have a very weird betting pattern here. I can't really
So
explain
see,
this.
when he checks, when you check here and he bet pretty small, I believe.
You bet half. You bet like a
Okay.
very fishy half.
So when you
So,
check, do they have any raises, like any just jams with ace king?
okay. So if we do, it's going to be with your combo. He uses the 55%. He's going to use it with, actually, he found it. He's supposed to use it. He's supposed to essentially use the half pot pretty regularly with his nuts hand. Uh, oops. Yeah, he got 95% equity. Which is interesting because we got a lot of good cards. That's why we have 54% equity. So we check. He bets 50. You're asking about where our check raises are going to come from. They're definitely
A
going to
little
come.
bit. Yeah, a little bit of
So
jamming. Oh,
we
ace king of hearts
probably
does
aren't
not
doing it
jam.
with ace of hearts because we have a lot more equity than the other ace kings, which are just have a gut shot. Yeah, we have about 10% more equity, gets us over 50%. So that's probably why we're doing it more without the hearts.
Mhm.
But we have a very robust check raising all in. So our all in is coming from overpairs, queens, top
Ace
pair,
jack,
ace
king
jack,
jack.
the tens, unblocking the jack X. We're not doing it with our own jacks. Essentially it's a overpairs. We're doing it. Top pair, top kicker's doing it. And a set's doing it, our lower set. But we're not doing it with
Not with ace king of hearts. That makes
yeah,
sense.
we're doing it a little bit. It's
Little
not
aggressive.
it's not totally it's not totally devoid. It's doing it,
Yeah.
it's doing it quarter of the time.
Well, my aggression got me into some trouble with similar situations where I raised off and I had to fold a bunch of equity whenever they rejammed because I probably should have just called and tried to realize instead of jamming. But I get, like I said, I get tons of equity from check raising. So I get tons of fold equity from it. So I try to incorporate as much as possible.
This is an interesting one. This would be fun to find.
Queen
Queen
nine.
nine, so it's got a gutter, and it's got over, and it's got the draw.
So that's
Let's look
open
at it
ended.
this way. So this is interesting. So we're doing it with the very top of our range, right? So the red obviously is the open, because we're looking at check raises. The very top of our range, well, not the very, very top. Jacks we're slow playing. But everything else, the very top of our range here, we're doing this with. Ace Jack has 66% equity, it gets it there. But then we also have bluffs, and our bluffs are like the king queen, open ender, with the blocker to his. Right? We like blocking his call outs with flush draw.
Yeah.
King nine, gutter. Uh Ace queen is pretty hard to find. Gutter, two overs. And then but then this range, which is like marginal equity hands, or just hands that have enough equity to call. Including our ace king, which is mixing. These are our ace kings. But our ace king hearts are doing it the least because they have the most amount of equity. Okay, so we we call. Well, also, I'm also checking we have dogs if if we hit. And then we get the sad ace of spades. I think we're gonna check. My guess is that in Solver Land, we're indifferent. Yeah, we're calling.
And you call. Yep, makes sense.
Uh,
So did he have a set of jacks or did
Your
he
call.
have ace jack?
Yes, center jacks.
Set of jacks, yeah.
Yeah, he was running well. So I think we can overfold here
Oh yeah, live.
because he's got to have, he doesn't have enough bluffs. Like his bluffs are like.
Just
Okay.
live. He's not double barreling and then jamming the river.
So his trash is like king nine, which misses. Gutter seven, like, and then these under pairs, which we see. It is. The solver often will turn its under pairs into a bluff given the situation. So it's the gutter and the gutter the other. So. I think he's devoid of all this. So if we had the fancy solver, we could pull these out and then we would see how much we'd call and we wouldn't call probably. But I think this is probably a fold. Probably.
Just sizing.
Yeah, it's,
I did notice that when people bluff live so far, from what I've noticed, most of the players when they bluff, it's not all in. It's
yeah,
a weak size that they're trying to they think they can get folds from, but it's just almost never an all-in bluff.
true. I agree. So I think I can get to a fold here. It's kind of hard when you river such a good card.
Oh, I
But I
agree.
think I think I can get a fold.
Yeah, that's not a
I think I can
easy.
find a fold. Cause he's saying I have two pair plus.
Yeah,
With that
especially with
sizing.
the ace, the ace that's so good for you, and all the players are putting you on ace king when you check back and call
Yeah,
that they're just it's a weird card to jam on if you don't have it.
I think we have like. We have probably like 20% equity. Alright, so last hand and then I'll pass it over to you.
Okay.
Okay, so. We've got the straddle on, so there's some dead money out there. This is an interesting hand. Someone limps essentially on the button. This hand I think can go either way. I just thought this hand is. Against this late position, it's a good ISO, so I got a 20. Go
Like
bigger
ISO.
because there's more dead money on here with the straddle. This guy's a regular. He calls, right? This guy I've seen every time I've gone. I think he's a pretty solid player. Um, he doesn't play many hands. He thinks a lot between odd decisions. He's pretty stoic. The one interesting thing about this guy is that he smokes like a fucking fiend. So he has to leave the table. So he always waits. About every other orbit, he waits till he's like third act or second act. And then he leaves and he burns the UTG spots. So he can go out and smoke a cigarette. Comes back. So I'm like, dude, you should get some nicotine. Like some nicotine gum or something.
Get some of the zins.
Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, but every other hand, he misses up here. He never talks. He's very quiet. I've never seen him say a word to anyone. but
I like to talk at the table, get people loosened up. When I'm quiet and I'm just like blasting people, they get so targeted towards me, which is okay sometimes, but I also don't want to be extremely targeted at the table. So I try to be
yeah,
mm,
I think that's the right way to do it.
not.
Yeah, good question, Dean. He probably has miscellaneous in his experience. So the shadow folds, flipper folds, and now I'm out of position against a regular, and we're pretty deep stacked. SPR now is 48, SPR is up 10. So we don't really flop much, but I decide that we get to check raise here. Why did I decide we get to check raise? Because we got a little bit going on. And because I've been watching a lot of Jonathan Jaffe.
I like a check raise. I like it.
Jonathan
Stand.
Jaffe will get you in the mood to play aggressively. How much Jonathan Jaffe have you had a chance to watch?
I don't even know who he is.
So s- it sounds like you're almost done with the masterclass.
Yeah.
So just watch Jonathan Jaffe stuff next.
Okay. So he's in the poker coaching portal.
Yeah, he's moved on. He has a new project called GTO Labs, but Jonathan Jaffe is a hyper exploitative um, cash game and tournament player, arguably one of the best. I'm a big fan. Hey, Mike, I'm a big fan of Jonathan Jaffe. Hyper exploitative. So I watched a lot of Jonathan Jaffe. I rewatched a lot of Jonathan Jaffe this week, and he had me in the mood last night, doing some what appears on its face Jonathan Jaffe stuff. In the end, Jonathan Jaffe is all about think outside the box, be creative, and apply aggression, but be selective and apply aggression appropriately. I think applying aggression against a regular is a good idea. As opposed, and we've talked about this before, it's a good idea to apply aggression against regular as opposed to someone who is enamored with absolute hand strength, right? Some
Yeah.
players are never going to fold a queen. Never going to fold a queen. But Jonathan Jaffe is against the right player. We can get them off queen here. He has a lot of queen 10, queen jack, maybe even king queen. We can give it a fold. And we like blocking king queen. And we also like having some backdoor equity. So I go 50. Um, I am trying to generate a fold. I'm saying I have queens essentially. I'm saying I have ace, queen, queens, are eights. We have all of those in our range. He doesn't have queens. He doesn't have top set. He's gonna cold four. So we've got the nut advantage and we've got backdoor equity. He calls. We get a very brickish turn, except it does bring in the diamonds, but we've got a very brickish turn. It doesn't complete anything around his like 10-9, Jack 9, 10 Jack. That's always going to continue. He is going to continue if he's got any stuff around there that's got a diamond though. But I think of this as being brickish. I don't think it brings in any two pairs.
I think you should bet small here.
I do not bet small. I use a B75. So when we look at solver and we could look at check raise spots, it can change if the equity shifts to the imposition defender of your check raise. It will use a smaller size, but a very common size on a neutral card is to use a B75 in solver. I'm not saying it's the best,
I just
but
don't like the B75 because when you bet and he calls, you got 450 in the middle and you only got 280 behind.
yeah, that's true. If I bet here any calls, I'm shutting down.
Hmm.
This is a hyper polar bet by me. I'm essentially saying I have ace queen or queens. Or eights. I'm repping a very thin range here.
I mean, if he's a reg two, he might also know that it doesn't make a ton of sense for you to go crazy with a set of queens or eights.
true.
on a board like that. I mean, now on the turn, you might, which it does make it slightly more reputable now that the turn brings in the diamond draw. And if he had, I mean, he just doesn't have ace five of diamonds or anything like that. So
I could play his queen this way.
yeah, ace queen would make more sense than any sets.
And we get, so,
Good. No, that works too.
yeah, so. I like this line. It's pretty fucking gangster. Very Jonathan Jaffe-esque. I don't know if this is the right turn to continue on, but I decided it was pretty bricky. So,
I don't think there's anything wrong with that turn. If there's any turn in the world, it's
okay.
probably the best one.
Yeah, you're right. Kings and aces here, Dean, too. You're right. So I got the full. Mike, what do you think of this line?
I
Suicide?
didn't see what happened up until the turn.
Uh, I'll show you.
I assume it just went raise, call, C bet, call, and then your turn. That's where I picked up on.
Yeah, so we got straddle on. A limp to the straddle. ISO. And irregular calls. This, a regular, I think is more capable of folding than a fish. I check. He bets B35, B30, yeah, B33. I attack with this hand, very marginal. He
Go back
calls.
one step. Go back
Sure.
one step. Right, one more. So pot 63. Okay, so you kind of
After he bets, yeah.
so
He
you
bets
did
a
a
B33.
kind of a small-ish
I partially,
raise.
yeah, I partially like a bigger check raise here too. If you're, because you're short enough with this guy that's deep that if you go bigger here and you're planning on barreling on a clean turn, you could just jam the turn then, and that's gonna fold out a ton of fucking shit hands or good
Yeah,
hands that are
yeah,
just not gonna
make it
want
as
to
a
keep
two-street game, I think is okay. Like, we could go like
going like,
60, 120. 170 and just shove turn. I think that's fine.
Okay, so you go, you're there. He calls, and then you got the brick. You kind of go, yeah. I think it's fine. I mean, I think it's probably a little loose for the check raise thing. I mean, but yeah, I mean, like you were talking about, the aggression thing is great, right? I mean, if you're gonna err, you
Yeah.
err on the side of aggression. Not that it's an error. I'm just saying it.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. So this is very much me watching a lot of Jonathan Jaffe this week. This is me being influenced by the Jonathan Jaffe whisperer
you need to
and
keep
just like
watching him.
by just taking hyper aggressive lines. I mean, he'll do. I mean, I was watching a video last night where he does this. He gets check raise button versus big blind, and he's got like a backdoor bottom pair and an over. And he re-raise, he's like, we should re-raise here. And he's like, there's very little that he can defend with. I'm like, oh my God, re-raising it. That's insane. So anyway, those are my
Did
two
you
hands.
did you did you consider c betting?
I
And when you checked, were you checking because you were definitely going to check raise, or did you check and then see the bet and realize, okay, maybe I can, like what did you think there? Like when you got the flop, were you thinking about c betting?
I was when I had so I noticed this guy does do a lot of betting when check too. He's a regular, he's there all the time.
Yeah.
So he does, I think the technical term is miss C bet. He does take his miss C bet opportunities when people don't see bet. And so my plan was depending on sizing to check raise.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's awesome then. That you kind of had this read that he
He,
will stab too often.
yeah, he will stab quite often when check two.
I think it's great. And then then the turn size is, I think, perfect.
Yeah, yeah, the turn size is very solver-esque, I think. I don't know if this is the best card, but I think it's pretty solver-esque to
Oh
take
no,
this kind
yeah,
of
I think that's a
B75.
great card to continue on with a polarized sizing.
Yeah. I mean, our ace queen is very happy with this card. Our king queen, our queen's on, our eight's on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I think my only critique is the size of the check raise, but I think it's fine, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this is pretty aggro. I
Did
should watch
you
more Jonathan Jeffy before I go play.
did you run it like to see what a solver likes to do versus balanced ranges?
No, but I should do it. This would be a very good hand to run in the custom solve. I didn't run a custom solve, but
Yeah.
this would be a really good hand to do it in. I might do that for Monday. If I remember, I'll do that. All right, those are the end of my hands. Brian, you've got 12 hands, you said.
Yeah, get ready to see some tilted play, some good play, a
All
lot
right.
of shit.
Mike, do you have some hands as well?
I can bring in some, sure. You got it.
All right, man. So,
I do not remember this hand specifically, but I might start to remember it as we go. I'm sure I ISO here. I think I should ISO bigger here. Just looking at it with what, 2, 3.
so you've got two limpers.
I think I need to ISO to like 20 here.
I think this is, yes, you went to 15.
I should go to, yeah, I should go to 10 big blinds total.
What's your default size?
It just depends on how many limpers. There's no like
What's
default
your,
open.
sorry, the way, wrong. What's your ISO size? If you're on button and cut off limps, what size would you use?
I would go to 10.
So you
So 5
increase
big
to
blinds.
15.
I think when there's basically, I just continue to add more and more whenever
What's
more
your
people.
default RFI size in this game?
7, 3.5.
$7.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, I think 20 is probably better. This
I agree.
early too. You
I
really
think
wanna, you don't want to play with anybody flooding behind you.
because I think if I go to 20 here, I could probably get called here and get these two to fold out, which is usually what I'm going for.
Yeah,
But we get jammed. Oh shit, I think I'm starting to remember this hand.
you jams $80 into your 20, right?
Yes, and sometimes this is an easy ass fold, but I think I remember this hand. I'm pretty sure this is a young guy. Showed up to the table. First hand he got was pocket aces, and he did not limp raise them.
So
So
you've got $100 in the middle now, right? And you've got to call off, what is that? 30, that's 30 big blinds, 60, that's
32.5.
$65.
Yes, and I know he's not absolute top of range because I
So the
know he
first
does.
thing, go ahead.
So I think this is the young guy. Did I have a name for him on here? No, I didn't put a name in. I'm pretty sure this is the young guy that showed up playing short. First hand he gets dealt in, he gets pocket aces, he raises off huge from here. He raises big from early position and everybody folds and he flips over his aces. So I'm basically confirmed that he does not limp raise pocket aces.
So he's not
Um
a study player showing off his aces.
Yes, so I know he's not. He bought in for like $50 or $60, $60 or something. He came on a table change, and so and I watched him play. He limped a lot. He was not a good player by any
Yeah, so he
means.
clearly is a fun player.
Yes, so he does that, and normally this is an easy fold in these games because when they limp raise, I saw it a bunch last night of just limp jam aces, and I just folded. And then there's certain players that I specifically identify that do not do that, so that when they do that, I generally know that they are probably somewhat strong, but not top of range.
A lot
So
of
I'll
people
be
just
more,
trap aces here.
yeah. So he does not trap aces. So I make the call. Um, I mean, I
Like,
was I don't think I think that generally I could probably just lay this. I mean, even in general, this is a call.
well, you're being offered about 1.5 to 1, right? So you've got 1.5 to 1 to gets us to about 40% equity requirement. So you want
Mhm.
to be flipping against tens and nines, but there's a lot of hands you're not going to do well. I would fold this, but I'm nittier. What do you other guys think?
Yeah, I think it's probably kind of close. I don't mind a call. I could see folding.
Yeah, there was part of me that was like I could fold here, but I have a feeling I'm flipping, and I don't mind.
Well, if you feel you're flipping and he's got nines and tens here, then you've got the equity. You need 40% and you'll have 45%.
And 100 big blinds, see, which makes it different is that he's short stacked, but 100 big blinds deep, this is just always a call. Um, Especially if I know that he's not top of range.
Wait, hold
But
on, Brian. You're saying that if he was 100 big blinds deep, you would call for sure?
well, if you put it into the solver, technically it's weird though because it's not based off of an ISO. It's based off like if I set it up in a different way that I open, he three bets, and then King Jack suited is a pure call.
One note. So when you're looking in solver, let's say you're looking at this in peak,
Yeah,
do not believe what peak tells you, and I'll tell you why. Because peak doesn't have this range. It doesn't have a limp re-raise shove.
yeah.
It might have an RFI shove, which is always going to be ace king. But whenever you want to think about how often the solver does that action when it created the solve. And if it never does it, but you're looking at the solve, you're looking at what is called a ghost line. The ghost line is not going to give you a good result because a ghost line essentially is not solved. It didn't run the computations or the analysis on that particular line to give you a good answer. So when a line is not taken by the solver, your mileage may vary. Be very careful about looking at that solve because it's not appropriately solved out. There's
And
tools that'll solve this for you, certainly.
I just did
And
a basic, like I built a range for him that he does this with. I know what he has, obviously, but after the fact, but I built out a range that contains like, well, I'll show it after because we might as well just
were
run
you
through
doing it in
yeah,
AI or custom solve?
there's a thing that goes, it's just like an equity calculator where you just do
Oh, you did
range
it with an
versus
equity
range.
calculator.
So I just did basically this hand
So that's fine.
versus
That's fine. That's
a range
I'm
that he
just
could have.
I'm questioning. So maybe I'm misunderstanding, but if this was 100 big blinds deep, you raise he three bets all in. King Jack suited is a call.
No, if he three bets not like to a normal size normally, but not this is technically, I mean, this is a little bit bigger than a normal size. This is not, but not massively bigger. So it's, it's weird. I mean, like if he in game, if he does, if he with very specifically, like if I raised he three bets and he does it to a normal size and he's got a 100 big blind stack where he raises, so let's just say it's normal and I raise to 7, he re-raises to 30. That's just it's a pure call, at least
Oh,
on
okay,
peak. Like
gotcha.
not
Yeah.
not if he snaps all in.
Okay, yeah,
No,
that
no,
makes
no, no.
that's a lot different. That's a way
Absolutely.
different situation. Okay.
If he was deeper, I'm putting this
It's
down for sure in this
Yeah, okay,
situation.
good. Yeah, I mean this is close. Like I don't think this is but based on what you're saying where you don't think he's limp trapping and you've seen that he doesn't really limp trap with aces or whatever. If you didn't know that, I'd say this is an absolute slam
Oh
dunk
yeah.
fold, like you don't call. But if you
It-
know that it's not going to contain the very like that sort of because normally, and I heard this from it might have been Jonathan Jaffe because we were talking about him earlier. Basically, like their advice is when somebody under the gun in live games and online limp re-raise big, that you just fold your entire like you fold queens, you fold everything except aces and kings.
yes.
Anyway, with that information that you have that you don't think he's doing that, and
But
that it
that's
might be a little bit like wilder, then I think it's an okay call.
Well, that's 100% true too, Mike, that there are players that like I identify them. I try, like, obviously when I'm playing, I'm trying to pay maximum attention to what's going on and identify those type of players that will play trappy and do weird shit like that so that I know in the situation because I play three better fold unless I'm on the button or big blind and it's open to a reasonable size. So I'm watching to see, okay, this player limp jammed aces or limp re-raised aces when he opens from early position. Like he limped early position, somebody else ISO'd, and then he jammed. He's aces, but I know when he opens, it doesn't contain top of range. It could possibly still have kings, but not 100% sure. I just had based off of information. Like I try to mark those players as soon as possible to know
Yeah.
what their range is when they open, when they three bet, and when they limp raise. So this guy had been marked as he's not doing this with aces. That's I can be absolutely certain that he doesn't have aces. Now his range from there is what I was trying to break down, but I was like, he's not that deep. I needed to put like what I think it was like fucking what does that come out to? Why is my brain
So you,
not
you
working?
got to call 20,
65 more. I think I'm flipping. And
33 to
he
win, 33 to win 80.
yeah, and he also is and as it went, I raise, it folds really quick through, and then he sits there like and like you see him just kind of like whatever, I'm all in. And I was like, well, if he's playing like the mind game trying to get me to call off with aces, I know he doesn't have aces because I know he raises aces. So I just don't think he's that strong. Is basically where what my reads came down to of that I'm probably flipping here and let's put the money in. So that's if there's anything else anybody wants to mention, they can.
Well, now we want to know the outcome because we want to
Well,
know
the outcome absolutely tilts the shit out of me.
that.
So he's already up and leaving the table
Oh, what an
before this
asshole.
comes out. He's like walking away, and everyone's like, "Yo, yeah, yeah." I obviously I know I lost because I see the five come out. I'm like, but he fucking is up leaving the table, and he go, "Oh man, I'm so sorry." I was like, "It's nothing to be sorry about. I'm just pissed off. That fucking sucks, but it is what it is." So he had ace five. So I built like an equity of what I think that he would do this in the future on the calculator, which I can probably show
Sounds like he's
that.
kind of a guy who's been studying a little bit.
No, he was terrible. When I was watching him play, he was truly awful.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it was anything to do with the fact that I think it was more, I'm
It
short.
is the magic solver hand.
It's true, but I think it was more of a just, I'm short. I mean, like if he studied at all, why the fuck would he ever sit down with $60 in front of him? I mean, maybe, I guess it's possible. It's just, I don't know, but this is kind of where I put him at with in this situation is maybe some of these like weaker aces, offsuit aces, some eights and shit like that. I don't. I just didn't think that there's a ton of like king suited kings, queens, and jacks that he's gonna do this with. So this is kind of where I thought he would be at, and possibly even this, because I've seen this before from players similar to him, where they limp,
Right.
somebody
Yep.
raises, and they jam in with like twos, threes, fours, stuff like that. Like I got a pair, whatever. Let's just throw it in. So that's what I was thinking. And against this, I still am behind.
Yeah.
Two.
Yeah. But think you got to remember the money that's in the pot already, right? I mean, right? I mean, you can't just like
Yeah,
you take that. So you're what are you like 2.5 to 1?
yeah. So it's still. What does that come out to? That's still call, I
Well,
think, or
but
it's close.
you have to like he has to be kind of wild and like don't not have that top of range. But so your range there, like you said, like you've seen, like I agree with you. Like those low pairs can easily be in there. Um, you're really hoping you see hands like what did Dean say? Like like Jack X and like Jack 10 suited and Queen Jack, hands like that you are gonna have dominated at um some frequency and just like some other random stuff.
Yeah,
Then I think your pot odds and the money that's in the pot now, your 750 plus the blinds and the straddles, or if there was any, I don't remember, but I think
yeah,
you're basically probably, I think you're like around break even.
yeah. So it's a inch. I could have laid it down. I was pretty half and half on this. I was like, I'm feeling I'm flipping here. I can fold or call here, and it's not. I was also pretty tilted at this point in the session, so that probably slightly clouded my judgment when playing because I had gotten just absolutely hosed like three times, got rivered. So I was getting pretty pissed, but I should taken a break and stepped away for a while. But that one's not a ton to it. That's just firsthand, but we can move on from this. There's not too much to talk about with it. But unless there's anything else anybody wants to say.
The more I think about it, I think it's probably just a fold. But yeah, I mean, because you just have to have a specific kind of.
I think with an ace, like any suited ace, I think it's a better call. I think not with I think with like ace nine suited, I think I have a better call than I do with king jack suited. Just because when it comes down to it, they're probably going to do that with a lot of aces. And there, I'm already losing. If I don't hit a king or a jack, I just lose.
Yeah.
So I think that I should be making that play. I should be making that call with a suited ace instead of, or an offsuit big ace, something like that instead. But we lost. Sucks, but here's what it is. So here, this guy, we get a call. I squeeze. Um, what I think I should make this bigger,
I agree.
personally.
That's not bad, but I would have like if it were me, I'd be going like I was gonna say like if it were me, I'd be like 16 to 17. So, but yeah,
I'm
this
thinking I should go like 20 big
yep,
blinds total,
yep,
I
20 is
think.
good. You guys are deeper.
Yeah. So, and this guy's super deep. Like he's got probably 500 bigs in front of him. I'm the
Doesn't
effective stack here.
yeah, doesn't matter because you have 160,
Yeah. So
whatever you started
then
with.
this guy called here, cold called, and he only put in the original $7, not realizing that I raised. So I think he's really weak here. There's not super strong because I put in, I go and he has he throws in $7, and then the dealer looks at him because it just got raised, and he's like, oh, and then throws him the rest of the money. He's a reg that's really bad, super gambly. Watched him play. He plays pretty poorly, and he'll just jam off with a bunch of random shit a lot of the time. So that's a little bit about this guy. This is my first time playing with him. I actually think this guy might have been a decent player from what I had seen. I think that he overlimped, but otherwise it seemed like he played somewhat decently compared to most of the player pool. Um, so either way, I'm gonna squeeze with this, so it doesn't really matter. But he comes back over the top. He was really loose. I saw him not really loose, but I saw him play very aggressively because this guy three bet and he four bet with like pocket nines is what I saw like three hands prior. So, which is kind of, is pretty loose. And I jam here.
Mm-hmm. Good. I think that's fine. That's perfectly fine.
This guy fucking calls, and this guy
That's
calls.
okay.
This hand was prior to the last hand, so this is where some of the frustration comes from. Pocket tens, I lose,
Okay.
and I mean, I
No,
don't.
I think you're perfectly that's perfectly fine.
I think against a different player, I can get away here, but I think against him, I can't. Him specifically. I was wondering if there's any merit, do you think, to calling? I don't think there's any
Yeah.
merit to cold calling before bet.
No. No, I
Because
think I think it's an option, but
well,
I
look how
think
short I am.
jamming is better.
I'm not that short, I guess. Wait, so if I call off, I'm not that short. I can still get away from it if I need to. But yeah, I guess there is some merit to that. And I also just don't want to have him in here too, because I know how he is. But I guess it doesn't really make sense because I know he's willing to gamble. So even with his shit hands, he's probably going to throw it in. So I think that four bet's not terrible, but I do want to be heads up here against a loose player that can get here with a lot of hands that I can beat, and possibly even something like ace queen, stuff like that have dominated. So it
I
is
was
what it
wondering
is.
if having the button call is better, actually,
I mean,
because
yeah, I
his
guess
range is going to be crap. Like he's going to be in there with some pretty crappy stuff. I guess if he has a hand like, like some ace, now he's blocking some of your outs, but you're also like dominating him. So I don't know if that's good or bad
Yeah.
because
w-
when you do hit an ace or a king, you are going to triple up as opposed to double up. I don't know if that's a good thing or bad thing that he's
That's
in the
true.
pot with you.
But he had like ace seven suited or something like that. I think it was ace. It was a low ace X suited. So he had garbage that had dominated, and yeah, sucks. We lost that one. But I want to get to one. Is there one that we get? I think this one is one where we get post flop. I squeeze to 10 big blinds. I think this size is all right. I'm just getting called a lot though, and I think I should have just started with going bigger and bigger with my squeeze sizes or my ISO sizes to try and get heads up more often. But I think we end up getting, I thought we actually do end up getting heads up here. I'm trying to remember which hand this is. Oh, I think this is a good hand. Yeah, so this guy, he called off like everything. He would limp call basically everything. Um, so he checks, and I think I bet somewhat small here. Not really, I guess. I bet actually a somewhat bigger size. I think that all of his air folds because a lot of time the guy would just try to see a flop, and if he connects, he's going to call. If he doesn't, he just folds. So I think I can bet bigger. I think that's my reasoning for betting bigger is that he's going to fold all his shit anyways. So we might
Yep.
as well just go bigger so that he calls me with anything he has.
Yeah, I think in theory here you can go even bigger.
Okay. Yeah, so I go he calls and I like that. So now it is 50 in the middle. I got like 75 behind. I'm trying to range him here and think like, okay, so he's got some heart draws, some weak ace X, some weak king X, 9X, stuff like that he'd probably call with just because I know he's more of a sticky player. And I'm pretty sure I think I should have taken I should be taking a bigger size here. Um I think I take a smaller size 'cause I don't want to scare. I think that he is capable of folding, but he is pretty sticky. So I think that I'm like I think that he's gonna fold out kings and nines and stuff like that if I go too big and I want to keep those hands in. And but I think that I should be more trying to target his ace X range instead of his king X and 9X range here instead. But he does stick in the call. So
I hate the small size though. Because we do block like a lot of calls, so it's all right to go small. It's not like a ton of rivers, like a heart sucks, but it's not like a ton of rivers that we're scared of.
yeah, and I think a heart I think that's all, but I think that also gives me a better reason to just go bigger here and get. But either way, I'm get the money is gonna get in. It
Mhm.
should get in here.
Yeah,
Except that whenever he get he calls here, he like tanked for a while, and then was like reluctantly throws in the money, and
mm,
then so now on the river, I'm kind of in a situation where everything misses, and I'm like trying to think of what he has here where he reluctantly calls, which I think that I think that my read was bad here because I put him on some sort of heart draw that he's like, fuck, I don't want to keep calling with. But I think that I
mm,
just need to I think that when he does that, I think with a heart draw, like if he has a queen X heart draw, he's just gonna snap it and he's just gonna put the money in versus when he has something like ace 10 or ace eight or some shit like that, he's gonna think a while like shit and then just make the call is what I'm thinking. So I think that this is where my main mistake happens. And I go somewhat small here instead, like just to like kind of be like, okay, well, I don't want to do the all in
yeah, yeah,
size and
jams.
scare. Yeah,
I'm 14 behind, like,
I don't know, man. I don't think he's going to be, I don't think he's going to be any different to this
no,
36 size or 50 size.
no.
yeah. This was a stupid like, oh, is he gonna be fucking worried now that I'm putting him all in, or is he gonna just call off? And I was like, oh, let's go a little bit smaller. And I definitely should have just gone in.
Yeah.
He turned fucking two
Yeah.
pair, so I was getting all the money either fucking way, which sucks. I missed out on, you know.
Surprised he didn't check her. He's on the turn.
Yeah, I mean, that's that was kind of where my reasoning came for being like, ah, shit, like maybe he's not that strong, and I can just get him to put in a bit more money with a weak ace, and I could have just got him to put it all in. So I think I played the river very poorly, and I could have just jammed and taken the whole stack. But
So let's talk about this thing not pre-flop, on the flop. You have basically a range bet, and you can bet big. And because, like you even said, Brian, you're like, okay, he's going to fold out all of his trash anyway. So we want calls from his ace X, maybe his king X, and his higher equity draws. So you go, let's just say pot or even over bet here.
Hmm.
And he's going to call with his ace X, his big draws, maybe some, he gets scared. Maybe you scare, some kind of king away, whatever. But he's probably going to call with a lot of his king X as well. Um, and then you're basically just making it a two-street game at this point because now on the turn, you're just going to have probably around a pot size bet or maybe even a little less. I can't really make out. So if you go 25,
30,
let's say that's going to be the pot will be 75. Yeah, it'll be pot size bet, right?
Hmm.
yeah,
And then you just make it a two-street game and they're not going to be able to fold their aces. They might even, call you with a king and their draws.
yeah, yeah. That's so. I think it's on the flop with my read. I need to be going. I could be going bigger, definitely, with this player specifically. And then the river, obviously very poor, should just be putting the money in and taking it down. But yeah, that was something I'm working on, is making sure just getting max value from these players, because
And then
they'll call off with fucking. I mean, I think even if he's one, I don't know if he calls here with a one pair ace because of how reluctant he was to call here with two pair. Like that's the main thing that doesn't make me hate my play a ton,
are
but
you sure he wasn't thinking about raising?
he was literally sitting there looking at me, and he was like, he threw the chips and was like, "Fucking take my money," and I was like, "Oh shit!" And then he showed two pair, and I was like, "Fuck!" Like I definitely could have just got the rest of it, but he was very. I was surprised how reluctant he was to call me off on the river. He wasn't like it wasn't like he tanked for a minute and did it. He thought for 10 seconds, was like, here, whatever, take my money, and threw the fucking money in. And I was like, what the hell is going on right now? I can't believe he didn't like snap me with these two and expect to win. So I don't
He
know.
was
So
suspicious of that milky size.
yeah.
He's like, why is this guy not going all in?
Yeah. I mean,
Gotta
maybe
think
that
about it for a second. Should I read
So
your
as
mind?
as played, so because you made a little smaller-ish, even though you kind of felt like it was already kind of big, right? But you only had like a 1 point something SPR at the end, like at 1.5 or something on the turn. So now that you've made the smaller size on the flop and leaving a 1.5 SPR on the turn, you then, maybe you shift into that. Now I do want to go smaller to leave a bigger size bet. No, I think it was fine because you left just enough at the end to be able to make it small enough that he's
Hmm.
gonna call. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I think that was fine.
Yeah, I think the turn was all right too. Like just
I
because of
still
that reason, he can call. You can all of a sudden bet half pot on the river, and it's up all in, and he has to call with his ace X pretty much, or he's.
well, I also
And then as an
one
exploitative angle, do you go even smaller so that your river bet is bigger when you're bluffing?
Yeah, I mean, well, that's at least the way I would do it is yes, I would be going smaller. I would bet small on the flop. If I was bluffing, I'd bet small on the flop to, bet small, see what they do. And then turn, I'd bet a little bit bigger, but still somewhat small, leaving myself a big overbet on the river.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah. But I mean, yeah, I think that I lost, 13 and a half big blinds at the end that I should have been in my stack, but sucks. But yeah, I
How
I
long did
also
it take him to call the river?
it took it he didn't like tank it. He sat there and was like literally sat there, looked at me and was like, and then was like probably 15 seconds was like threw in his chips like super like fuck, and then flipped over two pair and was like fuck. So I mean, he didn't love the call on the river, which honestly gave me a little bit more props to him. I think he plays very poorly post flop, but the fact that he wasn't like wanting to jam was making me think like, okay, maybe this guy's not he's not a complete airhead that is like completely think, oh, I have two pair, good hand, put money in, win. So yeah, that gives me a little bit of information moving forward on him
Mm-hmm.
that he's definitely bluffable with strong hands. So all right. He's capable of making a laydown. He didn't make it there, but he is capable. So I'm only playing, apparently in this session, all I did was play aces and kings and queens.
Yeah. Jeez,
So,
okay. Look at this.
so I raised to, I think that's 35 or 25. And I think I should go bigger here. I think I should just go to 30. But because people just love to call. And this guy, fucking. I make a big boy exploit fold here that I'm very upset with.
Yeah,
Bec-
why?
So
Yeah, this is about
this,
raise Betty.
so he, I had not seen him play top of range, so I don't really know what was going on. I'm like, just let's go based off of population here in live games when they limp re-raise, it's aces.
Yeah, but
So
this is an over limp. Like, I guess that's kind of, the player profile that does it. I guess they're going to do it over limping too, but
I lay it down. And he flips over king 10, queen 10, queen 10 suited.
did he
And
windmill it on you? Like, yeah,
yeah,
motherfucker.
he like threw it down. I played with him yesterday actually, and he's now getting suspicious of me because now I know moving forward. I watched him play aces twice yesterday where he raised pre-flop. So now I know that he is not top of range when he makes this play.
And
So
I have a feeling because you might be the best player at this table. You're the guy making raises and ISOs, and so
yes,
these guys are probably getting pissed. They're like, "I'm sick of this shit," right?
that is what happens. Yes, like, and that's why I try to be nice and talk to people because when I sit there and I'm fully quiet and I'm just blasting people, I know that they start to target me and they get upset. Like I have people legitimately openly telling me, I ain't scared of you, this and that, blah blah blah. And I'm like, okay, dude, like I'm just playing poker. Like I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do, and you're getting upset, which is fine. I don't really care. But I have a feeling that it does happen a lot where I don't show it, but I can hear people over there talking like this fucking guy fucking keeps doing this shit, blah blah blah. Like I hear them, they're getting frustrated because I'm
Uh,
just blasting them.
yeah.
So, and this might have been that type of situation, but I saw him play yesterday. He's a nice guy. I talked to him for a while. He's a nice guy, but he was also like showing me off his hand. So it was pretty nice to, you know, figure out a ton of information on the guy while I was playing with him. So I do know now that he doesn't do this with top of range. So moving forward, this is a four bet here all day. And even maybe a call here to get him to keep hands like this in and take a bigger pot as we
Mhm.
play it out. So, but there's a lot of pre-flop action in that session. So I think we're getting out of that session though. So we might have some more interesting where we get to go post flop and play some hands. So I raised to 10 here. That's my standard size when there's one limper. I just raised to 5 big blinds. Get called in 2 spots. This is something I'm gonna change of just start ISOing bigger and bigger until I figure out what size they are willing to fold for, because people just don't fold pre-flop. So we get this flop and check. I bet somewhat bigger here. I think solver wise, I think I'm probably also taking a bigger size here, a big size, like a somewhat similar size to this.
Mm,
Because I don't think I'm going to be
yeah,
betting this flop very often.
not usually, but okay, we're 150 beat deep. Typically multi-way, you don't like have a lot of really big bet sizing with your range.
Mm.
Okay. Because think about it, like if you have aces here, kings, queens, you're not looking to shovel money in.
Yeah.
So anyway, I think that's kind of that's what's happening behind the scenes of not necessarily sizing up.
So I'm
Um,
not thinking solver here when I
no, I
make
know
this
that's
bet.
total good exploit. Good exploit, but just in
My,
theory.
yeah, in theory, yeah, that's true. But so what I'm thinking here is, okay, we have 2 limp callers. This is going to smack their range a lot. I have a dominating 8s.
Hmm.
So I can get, if there's someone else is holding an 8 right now, let's fucking pile money in here and cooler them on the river. And if someone has a flush draw, let's make them pay money to see the next card. So
Yeah.
let's go bigger here, and let's make this pot. Let's get this pot going. So we get a fold here. This guy calls. So now I am like, this is actually the same guy that did the 3-bet bluff with the queen 10 of spades. Now that I'm
Okay.
trying to remember. So he calls. I think that he's gonna raise me off here a lot with his 8s. And I think the only hand that he doesn't raise me is 8-7. Like the only hand containing an 8 is a full house. I think that's the only time uh he's not gonna raise here. I think he's just gonna
Yeah.
slow play that. So I think a lot of the time here we got some like 9-10, 9-6 random shit, because he does have a wide range, so he can have tons of 9-6, 9-10, possibly 7x, um, some flush draws, obviously. So I
Mhm.
think he's got a lot of draws here. Is pretty much what's going on in my head. Um, and then that fucking comes out.
Ugh. Yeah, that's a shit. If you were
Yeah,
to name one card, is that the one card you don't want to see? I don't know.
I would say maybe the 6 of spades is probably the only card worse.
Six of spades is worse. Yeah.
Yeah, I think like it's 9. I think 9-10 is more likely than 9-6, but it's still possible. And the 9-6 only improves to 1 pair here. So I'm thinking, yeah, there's a lot of, it's just a terrible fucking card. And now he
Oh,
donks into me, and I'm like, fuck, dude, just lay your hand down.
no, I don't think
But
you want to fold.
no, I don't fold, because I'm like, okay, I still have outs here, technically, to any board pairing or anything like that. I have outs, and I can cooler his flushes here. I honestly don't think he's gonna bet a straight here with when it brings in the flush. I don't think he's gonna donk bet. He might actually donk bet. What is the size? 40, big blind's 80. He bet 50 into 80, which is 50 is significant in this game. So this is a good hand that he's donking into me with. Um, it is not, and it's not a full house, because I don't think he's just gonna, after I raise. Well, he might start to lead a full house here. Um, but I'm thinking mostly flushes or straights, but not like, mostly just flushes here. So I make the call, and then Jesus Christ, just a terrible, terrible, terrible river. And he
And,
checks,
oh, check.
and
Oh, yeah.
I
Ooh.
check behind because I don't know. He shows King Jack, and I lost. But I don't know. I like to check on the river. I think I made a good play there.
Oh, God, yeah.
But yeah, so that was that's a hand we lost. This is as I'm starting to get tilted. I think this is still the same session. I ISO 8-7 suited. What do you guys think about an ISO here?
Yeah, fine.
I don't think there's a problem with it, but I think
No.
it could, it's maybe a little light, but not really. I think I'd need to go to a bigger size though when I do ISO here. I think just in general, all around in this game, when I know I'm getting called so often, I just
Isn't that
need
your regular raise size?
this is big blinds. So
Yeah,
this
but
is
it
fifth.
isn't, haven't I seen you open for 7.5 or no? Is that,
No,
I'm thinking something else?
I open to $7 when there's
7.
nothing.
Okay.
So
7, that's what I
yeah,
remember. Okay.
which
So
I've
yeah,
been able to like manipulate the game to be that open size. So
yeah,
like if I'm able to like adjust it because they just kind of it's if you're the aggressive player, they kind of just fall in line behind you and do
yeah.
what you do. So I just opened the $7. I think I want to start opening bigger, play bigger pots in position or heads up. But we get a call. And yeah, see, that's why I think I need to start making it bigger. Just start fucking pushing, get heads up. Oh, what happened? Wait. Okay. Sorry, I showed off a little bit much. So then this is the flop, and I bet here. Um I think I could just check here, but
I mean, I think this is a fine bet too. I think,
I think either one's fine. I think
yeah, I agree. I think either way. And the sizing, so this was what was 32 on the, yeah, 32, and I think this is good.
so I bet. Get call, which now I'm like, all right, here we fucking go. I am already starting to be worried about that my flush is dominated. Um, my flush draw is dominated by somebody. And we get a check and then a bet, and it's just too nitty to fold now. So when he dogs,
Absolutely not folding, yeah, but don't no raising either.
yeah, so I just make the call here. Um, and this guy jams. So now it's just a
Okay. Well, let's see what happens because that's going to determine a lot. Okay.
now I fold.
Well, hang on. All right.
So this card brings in the any jack to a straight.
Yeah.
So it's possible that this guy is sitting here. I think it's more likely that this guy is sitting here with a straight than this guy because he would want a ton of protection on a straight with three spades out. Does that logic make sense? Like, does
Yeah,
that seem
absolutely. No,
logical?
that's the thing here is that can either of these guys like kind of overvalue their straight here or are they overvaluing it? I don't know. But that's the thing. I think you could be beating two players here easily. Two
Yeah.
pairs, sets, straights. That's the thing. I think this would be real player depending. Like if had
So,
some sort of read on either of these players. I
so I
don't
do have
think.
a read. Let me do my reads real quick. So this guy's a reg, a really bad one though, and this guy's a reg who is extremely bad too. But he's super tight. Like I mean, I've played hands with him where he'll fold top pair with minimal aggression from me, and he'll be like, "Ah, you hit two pair again," and he'll throw down his ace high, his top pair with ace, and when when he shows aggression, I am concerned for sure.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
the biggest concern. This guy is also, I wouldn't say he's as tight as this guy. He's a little bit more willing to gamble. So it gives a little bit, but I just don't think
But if he's
he,
also a reg and knows that other guy is tight, he's probably calling off a little tighter too.
yeah. And they
Mhm.
know each other. Like they've probably been playing together for years and years and years. And he calls off, and I was like, I might be good here 1 in 10 times. And I was like, I don't think I am even that good that amount of the time.
You
And
need to
I,
be good 1 in 4.5 times. You need to be good 20% of the time, basically, right?
yeah. So I don't think I'm even
Oh,
good here,
man.
1 in 10. So I just fold.
Yeah.
I think
Okay.
this is,
Good.
I know it was the right fold because this is what we see.
Yeah.
And this guy was
Jack
drawing
three.
to a straight flush. He had the jack high flush. And yeah, that was, I mean, I think this was I think I played it well. Just unfortunate. This was the session. I just ran so bad for this entire session.
Yeah,
Oh man. But I mean, I think there's also mistakes made. I think the
so he's
ISO to remove this hand, I don't think this hand's folding, but I think I can ISO bigger and get this hand out, and that's where my mistake is, and that I need to be ISOing larger to remove a hand like this and be heads up against the guy where I'm going to stack him with the straight when I have the flush.
yeah, the Jack 3 shouldn't be in there anyways, though.
Yeah,
Even
but
if he
he's
raised to like nothing, you know. But
yeah. I mean, I agree. He shouldn't be in here with Jack 3, but I think just the larger. I just need to figure out the threshold that these guys will fold their dog shit to.
mhm.
Because this guy's not folding either way. Unless I jam, he's not folding. This guy will fold if I make it bigger. I'm almost certain of it. I know that if I raise here to, I raised to 15. I think that I need to just start ISOing larger all around because like my normal thing is okay, one limper will make it 10, two limpers will make it 15, three limpers we make it 20. I think I just need to bump that up more, make it either 20 to 25 in these situations and just start pushing people out and getting heads up against bad players.
If you do that, then I don't know how good ISOing 7/8 is anymore.
That's true.
Or maybe, I think you need to, just kind of really be more linear, but maybe 7/8 suited still makes it in there. But I think, that's a consideration.
Yeah, that's true.
Depending
So
on how
yeah,
much they fold too. Like it
yeah.
might be good if they're just like folding everything to the huge size.
That's that's true. I experimented with that last night. I got a lot of folds from just making it a bigger size. So there is a threshold. And I think I just need to figure where that's. I think I need to tighten up a little bit more and then ISO bigger. If that sounds like what you guys are saying, and I think that's probably what I should be doing in these games.
I think you're playing pretty good though, honestly.
Yeah, me too.
I appreciate it. Well, this was also the day I lost in my biggest loss to date so far as of quitting my job and trying to do this. So it was a frustrating day, but I was like, I think I played all right. I think I ran unfortunate, and that's what's gonna happen. So it is what it is.
Yep, it
If
is.
I
Yeah.
can't handle that, I shouldn't be doing this. So I need to just be okay with
Like
it.
you're good at winning like 55% of the time and losing 45% of the time, you know? It's just one of those 45%.
And I think I need to maximize my edge more, though. Like a lot of what Hungry Horse talks about, and just in general, what we talk about is that you are just going to realize so much less equity when you're playing multi-way. And that's why I want to get heads up because I know like I'm getting better at ranging people and then like just pushing people around and just dominating pots and taking down pots I shouldn't be winning. And I'm getting good at that when it's heads up, but I'm just not getting heads up enough. And I think that's where I just need to get into. I just need to ISO bigger and get into heads up pots more often. And that's where I'm going to be able to maximize my wins. So that's the goals in the next couple
Once
of
you get in
sessions.
position,
In position, we're going to
yeah.
ISO. We ISO to a bigger size because we got three limpers. And we get two callers. We get a cold call here. Well, I mean, he's still just the big blind, so it's kind of the same. But yeah, so we got some wide ranges that don't contain any nuts. We flop top pair. I'm trying to remember this hand. And wait, let me look. Old man seemed passive. Old man seemed passive. Wait, who is this guy? I know this is a range bet. I'm sure I bet small here. I bet like half pot. Or I bet a third, a little bit less, around a third, a little bit more. Um, we get a call, we get another call. Okay. I'm
Yeah.
trying to remember this hand. I've been playing like I played like 30 hours in the last 3 days, so I've got a lot of it's hard to remember. Check. we get a raise, and this is where I just want to fucking fold, and
Yeah.
it's
Yep.
I just don't think I can fold yet. I think I haven't
Uh,
lost enough
I
money,
don't
but
know. This was a spot right here where I think you can overfold, and it's total exploitive. Like it's you would never fold in theory.
oh,
It,
my soul is
it's
telling me
probably
to get the
indifferent.
fuck
It's
out of
probably
here.
indifferent in theory, right? It's probably
Especially old man passive.
Yes, old man seemed passive. I don't think I had a ton of info on him, but from just I think I was at the table. I'm trying to remember which guy it was. I think it was like it's a ton of old guys in general, and there's the old guys that play super aggressive and loose, and then there's the old guys that it's like no in between. It's super aggressive and loose, or super fucking wide, super passive, and literally only bet with the nuts.
because Brian,
So
you're not closing the action here. Like if the other guy had
Mhm.
somehow like was in between you or something, he was able to fold, and you're closing the action. Calling is still, I think, even borderline, but now I think it really pushes it over the edge to just being able to fold now.
I agree. I think that here in this situation with basically no outs, and like if I'm sitting here with the ace of spades, it's 100% call every single time. But sitting
Mhm.
here in this situation, I think I need to overfold. I'm sure I don't. I'm sure I make the call one time and then probably fold the river. Um, but I agree with you too, especially with this guy behind me. It's just I need to overfold here. I mean, it's just tendencies. Like this guy, I I saw my first donk lead. No, that was because it was on the river. Donk leading the turn when something comes in these games is always a vulnerable flush. Like this guy doesn't have an ace, but he's got a flush.
Mhm.
And I'm drawing my only question in my head here is can I get this old man who's playing one hand an hour to fold the hand he finally made? Probably not. So I should just be folding here because I just don't think I'm going to be able to bet a large enough size at any point to get him to fold out a flush. If I
No,
so,
yeah, I wouldn't even consider raising. That's not the thing. It's whether you can call because your equity is good enough to then when you have a better hand. You're not
yeah.
thinking about raising, are you, Brian?
Well, there's certain players that I have pushed them off of some pretty strong hands because I know they're capable of making folds, and this guy's not one of them.
Yeah.
So
Okay. With this hand and this config, I would be like, no, no, no. I think the question is whether you can call and be good by the
and
river.
I can't, and I do. And
Right,
I
bro.
completely agree with you guys that this is just a pure fold here. I think that not theory, none of that shit. In this game, it's just a fold. Like this passive guy donks into me on the fucking turn after the flushing card, the flush completes. It's a fucking fold. I mean, at maybe some percentage of the time, barely he has king jack, maybe, and I'm still drawing thin. So, or may not even
He
pocket.
probably doesn't even have king jack either. Like as a passive guy, he's not going
Yeah,
to bet two pair when the flush and straight hits. You know,
yeah. But it's just.
it's
I'm
just
just
like so nutted.
Yeah, I agree. It's just there's just the tiniest percentage of the time that he possibly does this with a hand that I'm still losing to. So I should just be folding. I really
And
hope I
that
fold
guy
here. Oh,
called too.
I checked down the
Oh,
river.
That's pretty
thank you,
wild.
sir. Thank you,
Oh yeah.
sir.
I knew I didn't know this hand exactly, but I know that in this situation he never has the fucking ace.
I was
In
hoping
this
another spade hit, so you'd have to maybe turn this into a bluff.
I am capable. I'm capable of spew. Don't worry. Um Okay, well that one's interesting. I completely agree with you guys. I think I can just overfold. No, no, no.
Spoiler alert.
Oh no.
I didn't see anything. What happened?
Okay,
You
well,
didn't see?
No.
Uh, all right.
This
okay.
hand?
So this
Yeah, it was this hand.
I missed
this
it.
almost
Whole
became
river
super
was out.
gangster. You guys, I in some situations I kind of wish what happened would happen because I felt like I played really good this hand, and I felt like I absolutely ranged the fuck out of this guy perfectly, and I was like really happy with the way I played. Um, so I squeeze here with eights, little bit loose maybe. I think I could probably overcall here. but I
Now,
always err towards aggression. So
sure.
I raise.
Anything about this player too that says go ahead and squeeze because he ISOs a little wider, or is this guy like I wouldn't want to squeeze like an old man coffee.
If it was, I'm trying to remember. I know this guy. It was this guy. Bang, this guy. Yes, this guy had joined recently. He was a little bit looser, so I wasn't super worried about it.
Yeah,
It was
okay.
not an old man coffee because old man coffee was right here. This guy was old man coffee. I remember him. Um,
So you go.
I
Good.
squeeze. I think I could have gone a little bigger still, but I that's okay. It's not the end of the world. It's not terrible. What did I go to 45, 50? I honestly I don't hate the size. So, and we get a cold call here from this guy, young guy, join the table. I thought he was capable of folding. He was aggressive. He actually seemed to be a decent player, like a little bit studied, or at least watched some YouTube videos and like tried to progress his game a bit because
Yeah, because we always limp overcall a 3-bet ISO.
Yeah, well, that's true, but I agree with you. But I'd seen him do things that were like that's a standard in this game, dude. That's not even
Yeah.
surprising. I'm not even that doesn't identify how bad the players are if they live because I'm like, oh, I already know that I know he's bad here. I'm not gonna make the argument this guy's good, but I think that he has some sort of brain and is capable of folding because I had seen him lay down top pair with a weak kicker to an old man coffee. Not I don't think actually I think it was to this guy prior. So that's just a little bit of insight. So this guy cold calls, which I agree with you, absolutely terrible and just ridiculous. But still, I'm instantly ranging him on jacks or worse pairs and suited aces and some suited Broadway is what I'm putting him on. And this guy folds, the original guy. So now we are heads up against a bad player that has a capped range. So I see bet small in position in a 3-bet pot. Want to see what he does. This is a little bit of hungry horse that I'm doing here is see bet small, trying to get him to raise off his good stuff and call with his weaker stuff. He just makes the call. And then turn comes a 5, doesn't really change anything. I thought it could possibly give him a couple of 2 pairs, but I think I'm going to find out real soon if he has any 2 pairs. He doesn't donk into me. I think he probably donks with a lot of 2 pairs as well here. Um,
No, we know what size we need to use.
I bet, believe I bet
Too
somewhat
small.
too small. So the part of this was too is that I did want to leave myself with a big bet on the
Okay,
river.
okay. All right.
Was
If
going
that's the
smaller.
case, sure.
In my brain, it's like, okay, I go small here, and then if he just calls here, I am starting to like so when he calls on the flop, he's got some clubs and some I'm thinking clubs, some ace X. I think that a lot of kings are gonna fold to this bet that I make here now. So I think that a lot of the kings are probably gonna start to get out of the way here. So then he calls. So now I'm basically down to like, okay, he's got nutted club draws and weak ace X is basically what's going on in my head. Um, I don't think he has jacks. Jacks are out of the way here. Any other pocket pairs should have just gotten the fuck out of the way. I think that any sets, sixes or five, I think fives probably would have just folded on the flop, and then sixes would have raised me on the flop. When a flop comes like this, I mean, he should know that he should think that I connected well at the board, and he would want me to raise and get the money in and deny equity to my clubs. Um, so he calls. And then we get this turn, which was great, or this river, which is awesome, but I was really excited to jam on the river with nothing. So
Hmm.
I end up making a hand, and now I'm like, okay, so I was gonna jam here to get paid to take out ace X, weak ace X. So I was like, so what size do I want to use to get weak ace X to call now? and he's gonna fold any of his missed club draws either way.
Mhm.
So we don't need to worry about that.
No,
I
listen, this is magnet frequency or magnitude trumps frequency. This is just a jam. You
oh, you
don't think
think
you don't think about because I mean when he calls, you make so much more in the long run. I mean, yeah, okay, if he folds ace deuce or whatever it is, whatever weak aces, that sucks, but you're going to make more money in the long run when you get called with your good value on your, bigger bets. It's a common proven thing that we've talked about on this call and we see it all over.
okay?
Now, I don't know. I didn't see the spoiler and I heard the reaction, so I'm guessing he was trapping with aces or kings here or something.
No,
Oh, okay.
uh, I just
And if that's the case, that,
I just perfectly
you just,
ranged
Ace
him.
nine.
I perfectly arranged him here,
oh,
and
okay.
he tanked. Part of why Mike, you're not wrong. Obviously, when it comes to theory, like betting bigger, you get paid. But I was very happy with how I ranged him and got paid because he was so close to folding for like a minute when I put this bet in. And then he was like, and then put in the call and I flipped over the eights and he was like, fuck, like he was just pissed. But I mean, like, yeah, you're definitely right. But I know
You're
that,
taking their suspicion, like, because you should also think about their suspicion because you're betting small too. Like maybe they won't overfold, or maybe they will fold the same amount to the jam. Maybe they're just suspicious because you're betting like over half your stack. That seems like that'd be scary to me. Like more than somebody jamming a lot of times. I'm like, why are they doing that?
um,
Yeah.
I
I know
mean,
I know what he's saying, and that's
my,
so true. Like he like you're saying he deliberated with this, right? Over 65. But he might have had done the same thing if you had jammed and still called. He might have been like, so I'm just saying, and you know this, that it's like a proven thing. It's a formula. Like the amount of times where if he folds, okay, it sucks. And the amount of times when he calls, you just make more money when they have a hand that can call you versus when they fold a hand that you think they might have called and what percentage of the time do they call, whatever. So
okay, yeah. I mean, I, I personally, in my, from like the live read, I know I'm almost certain he's folding the jam,
yeah,
which, so I was happy with it because I was
that's
like,
that,
okay, I
that's
got paid out.
results. That's
I
results
got the
oriented.
max. That's true. But yeah, so that was, I liked the way I played it, but I also, you're definitely not wrong that when I jam here, I'm gonna make, obviously I make more money when he calls over the long
You don't
run.
have like sevens here. You're jamming, right? You're like you have pocket sevens. You
Well, see, part
probably
of the
fold
problem
it.
with why I can't jam, why in my head I can't jam is because I'm sitting here like, okay, so I set this up for that when I don't hit my two outer on the river, when I jam, he folds. And when he doesn't, when I don't jam, so now I was like, I can't jam if I want to get paid, was the main process in my head.
Yeah.
It's I might be a little too hungry horse oriented, but he's what he's been saying has been really working for me very well. And a lot of it is just thinking about the inverse of like, okay, when I get here with a when I get here with a value hand, what would I bet to get called? And if I got here with a bluff, what would I bet to get fold? So okay, if I'm here with value, I don't want to bet the size that I would bet to get them to fold. So I want to bet the size I would bet to get them to call. Which is personally, it's helped a lot with in these live games, at least so far. Um,
Mhm.
but yeah, I also you're obviously right. Theory wise, I just bet big here. I just jam every single time, and you get called sometimes, and you don't get called, and over the long run, you make more money. But that's against a balanced player.
Yeah, and I think too, like it takes into consideration that you jam eights when something else when the deuce hits the river, you jam eights, and they either are going to have a big hand and call, or they're going to fold a lot too. And so it takes all that into consideration. So whether or not he calls or with ace nine, we don't know, but all of that is all part of that theory. So I mean, I get the, oh God, I want to bet small, so he calls. I get that, but it's just been proven that it's way more profitable.
Okay. All right.
Larry, wake up and share the formula.
I'm here. I'm here. I'm just doing some work stuff, but there is a formula. It is true. Magnitude trumps frequency. I hadn't heard that in a long time.
All right. Well, we got Ace Jack suited. I three bet here. This guy looked like the Kool-Aid man and kept ordering Kool-Aid. He was kind of fat and he was like very. He actually was asking. He kept on ordering water and pouring Kool-Aid into it. So that's why I get the name.
Big red shirt on.
He had a red shirt on and he was very big and he was taking up like a huge amount of the table. And then he kept ordering the water and then pouring little Kool-Aid packets that you can bring with you into the water. So
Were they actually Kool-Aid brand packets?
That's hilarious.
yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Kool-Aid brand. I thought it was funny. So I was like, all right, whatever. But that's gonna be his name. That was his name was my notes as well. So but yeah, so
Yeah.
he opened pretty often. To seven or this is just a bad size obviously with the limp in front of him, so I go to this squeeze here. I'll go, I think, what size is that, 50 or 40,
Yeah,
shit,
35.
35.
Yep.
35, and we get heads up in position against Kool-Aid Man, and
So
we
far,
get
so
this
good.
flop and
Mhm.
he checks. I pretty sure I bet small, somewhat small. Yep. What was the
Yeah.
size? 15, about a little bit less than half pot.
I think you could go either way, I think.
Mhm.
So he jams, and I'm sitting here like, fuck, I have
Oh,
a lot of
yeah,
equity in this hand. I call.
you sure do.
Yep.
So I called,
You might
and
even
we
be a
get
favorite versus like a really strong hand.
ace king. We lose. It sucks, but
Wow.
Oh
Well,
God,
that's the
you
what
were a
check
heavy
jam.
I think you were a fairly heavy favorite on the flop.
yeah. The only thing I don't like here is results oriented. I think that some check raises might be nice here, like checking here, and then when he raises the turn, it's just hard to do that though when the board pairs here. And now I only have one card to make my hand. So I was
Wait,
kind of wondering what your thoughts are
you
on
can't
that.
check raise. What do you
No, I'm
mean?
saying like check the flop, and then when
Yeah.
he, assuming a lot of the time he'll come out and lead the turn here. They'll stab at the turn when I check back on the flop, and then jam there.
Or just call.
Yeah, I think call, and then obviously I can just call too, which and try to realize my equity. But yeah, I don't think it's either way. Like,
But yeah, I see what you're
But
saying. Like
man, if
you
he's jamming
definitely
ace
could
king
jam
though,
over a stab.
yeah,
those
I mean,
spades.
if he jammed on the flop, if he stabbed the flop, I'd probably jam. Um, but if he, I don't know, is there any bet? I mean, I am in position, so I don't think I have to. I don't really need a jam.
No, you don't have to. That's why even checking behind here is like an option too. Um, because nobody ever puts you on a flush when it hits.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And
And
check behind.
you're gonna cooler worse flushes anyway, but that's that's like it like if when you always bet your flush draws, you never how do we say it? Like when you always bet your flush draws, and then when the flush hits, like you can't have like you're always I don't know how I'm trying to say this, but when you always bet your flush draws, like if you never check here,
they'll just never put me on one. I see what you're trying to say.
Yeah, and there's a better way of me explaining it, and I wish I could articulate it.
I mean, one way to
Well, it's
put
kind
it
of
is
like
that you wanna mix in, you wanna protect your checking range by mixing in nutted equity into your check back range. So this is nutted
this
equity.
is this is one of the hands that you can definitely check with technically ace high flush draw. I think king
Yeah.
high I always bet here,
Yeah, that's true.
but I don't really have. I mean, I guess if I have king jack suited, maybe yeah. So yeah, well, I lost. It is what it is. When
And
the
you
queen
probably
came out,
have like 55% on flop.
it's. I mean, what's the basic thing? It's like if there's turn and river, you multiply your outs by 4, so it comes close. It's like comes generally close. It comes out to 52 then. And in
Yeah,
this situation, it turned out I had more than that because my jack was still alive. So,
yeah.
oh no, my jack was not alive. My jack was dead because
Mhm.
if the jack came, he hits a straight. Um, so yeah, but
At least you
tons
got
of
a
equity.
note. At least you got a note on him too that
He-
pre-flop he's not like four betting ace king late
No,
position, late position versus late position, and on the flop versus a range that can have queens, tens, sevens. He's still jamming, check jamming, ace king without a spade at all.
no spade, and all he has is a gutter. I mean,
Yeah,
like 2 overs, but you can't assume your 2 overs are alive in that situation.
no,
So it's just a terrible play. But he won. But that's okay. And
but you
then
got valuable notes.
yeah, we got notes. We got information.
Do you play at two
Uh,
different tables or something?
what's up?
Do you play at two different tables? Because like on the last couple hands, there's on some hands that you have like 100 big blinds only, and then some tables you're like 200 big blinds deep.
It's effective. So usually I'm sitting usually like 400 big blinds deep, and they're
Mm,
sitting
yeah.
shallower. So I just put whatever the effective stack is,
Hmm.
not what I have versus what they have. Generally, I'm the one that's deeper. There's a lot of people buying short, but yeah. So I think this was yesterday. Yeah, this was yesterday. I don't know if I made an error in this hand, but results oriented, not good. But I 3-bet here, cold 4, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, three bet the ISO.
And this guy, so this is the guy that bluffed me with Queen 10. So, and I've also found out now that like I know that when he does raise here, he can have aces sometimes, and I'm gonna find out real quickly if he has aces. But he also will raise his, you know, offsuit broadways, suited broadways. I think basically his range is like queens plus when he opens. No, it's probably a little bit wider than that.
Did he limp jam like that Queen 10? Is that the guy? Limp
Yeah,
jam?
so yeah, so I know that he doesn't have aces right now, but I'd say that his opening range is probably like nines to possibly kings. I haven't seen the way he plays kings, so I don't know for sure, but he doesn't have aces or no, nines to aces, and then suited Broadway and offsuit Broadway like ace jack, ace queen, all that stuff. So that's what I do know. And he just puts in the call, so I know he doesn't have aces. Pretty sure he doesn't have kings in this situation. He's probably got queens to nines and some sort of like king queen, queen jack, king jack, stuff like that. Ace queen maybe. And then we get this flop, a nice little flop. And he checks, and I bet $50 into it. Trying to, yeah, I think he's just gonna fold any of it. He's gonna call me with queen jack probably. He's gonna fold any of his any other bullshit he might have. He's probably folding ace 10. He was already not loving it whenever I 3-bet him. So we're gonna fold out any of his bullshit that we're not gonna get value from anyways. And he's not the type of guy that's really gonna put in. I mean, he bluffed me that one time with the threes, but I've seen he plays pretty at post flop 3-bet plot. He's playing pretty straightforward. He's not fucking around. and starting to bluff me. At least from what I'd seen, I three bet him a bunch of times, and he kind of just folded out a lot and wasn't really putting in any and doing anything crazy. Just wanted to see the flop and then would get away from it if he didn't hit it. So I put in this bet. Hopefully he's got a king or queen jack or something like that that he can call me with. Then he makes the call, and then the ace comes, which is he didn't love calling me. I could tell though on the flop. So now I don't think I think that I should be betting no matter what here. I think I'm gonna find out he's gonna have if he has it, the queen jack, but it's a couple of combinations that I'm worried
And you
about, but
don't
otherwise.
You might have
and
ace
you don't
queen.
think he's aggressive, like he's passive, right? He's not gonna over bluff on the next node. He's not gonna over aggress or over, right? You think he's gonna be more of a passive checky kind of guy?
Yeah, I think he's gonna check
Yeah,
and
then you should bet.
I think I'm gonna bet. Yeah, I mean, I think I need to bet here no matter what, and I think that he's probably only jamming me with if he has ace king, which I think it's possible that he wouldn't four bet ace king. Um, I think that he's gonna jam with. There's probably only two spots where I get jammed over whenever I bet here, and that's when he has queen jack or ace king, and
What about ace
otherwise,
queen?
uh. I still don't think he's jamming ace queen.
Yeah,
I think
I
he's
think when you
he's passive enough that I think he's going to still be worried about me having ace king in that situation. That I don't think he'll jam ace queen. But I could be
if we
wrong.
bet here, I think we should bet on the smaller side.
I agree with you, Mike. I did not do that. I said, okay. This was so stupid. This was, I have big hand. Let's get paid. And I just bet. I think I bet pot. Yep. And he folds, and he had king
Okay.
queen. And I think I could have just bet probably. I think I could have just done. I mean, this goes into what you guys are talking about, though. I mean, there's plenty of hands that will pay me here still, but I just like king, ace, queen could call on the flop,
I mean,
miss
there's
with
not a
their
lot.
gutter.
Yeah,
With
I
the,
don't think there's a lot that wants that can call. I mean, they're there. They're just not that many.
yeah, that's true. So I think there are hands in call. I just think I took too big of a size. I think that I should be. I think a better size is probably what I got 150. Is 100 in the pot already. I think I could just bet 50 here again,
Yeah,
or bet.
50. I was thinking like a B33, which would be 33, but in this case, it's 33. And
I think I bet like
but 50 is
40
fine too,
here.
I think.
Yeah, I think I should bet like 40 here.
Yeah, I like
Because
that.
yeah, when I bet 40,
It
he
is
get what we
queen.
got 180 in the middle. I got 110 behind. I mean, I can then assess on the river if I want to jam or go for a somewhat smaller size again. But I think probably like I know you'd probably say just jam, just put it in.
On the river.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So I think this is a blunder. I think that
There's like nines are folding to any size, but like what will jacks, queens,
yeah,
Yeah.
I think we can
king
get
X
call.
call, you know?
Some
Yeah, I
sort of
think
ace X that had a backdoor,
Yeah.
whether it's ace jack or ace queen, ace king is still there. It's one combo of ace 10.
yeah, I got greedy here. I
Eight,
was
nine.
really trying to target ace king, which was so stupid because that's just a small portion of the range, and I need to be targeting a wider portion of his range here and betting smaller. So yeah, so he had king queen, he showed me, and we won the minimum.
Hey, you won a lot of chips versus king queen off that shouldn't be in there, so that's
Yeah, that's
already
true.
a bonus, you know?
Yeah,
Good point.
yeah, not bad. But yeah,
Yeah,
so
that's another hand that if we bet small, he might consider coming along.
Mm-hmm. Got the gutter,
yep,
got a pair.
King,
that's
queen,
true.
jack.
Do we bet
So
small on turn, you think, because our equity risk is so high, Mike, or because we have completed equity on the board?
I
I
didn't
think
hear what you
it's
said.
yeah, like I would consider checking too. I would consider checking behind only if the player was somebody that is might over bluff, over aggress on the river, right? But that's why I
But
asked,
he's
like, if
not.
you think he would do that, and if he doesn't, then no, you absolutely have to bet. And so when we bet, I think we try to go smaller to get that range of his that because the ace is just a kind of a polarizing card, right?
Yeah,
That's just gonna destroy a lot of stuff that he's could be calling with if he doesn't have it, if he doesn't have an ace.
and we have so much equity in it. Yeah, it makes sense. I was
Yeah, I
wondering,
think
we know solvers sometimes will size down when nutted equity completes.
Yeah.
I was wondering if you were thinking solver-esque or you thinking about his range
Yeah,
or
thinking about his
both.
range, which I assume would be kind of solver-esque, right?
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, he's gonna have a tight. You can remove all the bluffs from his range and just put in hands that the average regular thinks are good that doesn't study. So it's just gonna be any two suited, any two broadways and any two suited broadways, and then pairs like nines to queens or jacks. Or eights to queens or jacks, probably. I would say. No aces, no, probably not kings, and probably still has ace king and stuff like that because people are very passive with ace king, at least from what I've
Mhm.
noticed. So yeah, that was the last one. I have another one that I can make that's pretty interesting. I played it like shit, but somebody else can go for a while and I can build the hand. Somebody else wants to.
Larry, did you say you're done, right?
Yeah, I show my hands.
Okay. All right, I have my session from last night because I haven't played much since last week. So last night's the first time I played in a while. And so what I'll do is let's bring it in here and make sure that the dirty word gets hidden. And what I'll do is, because I have not reviewed these, I have not gone through and done like, I haven't marked any. So what I'll do is I'll just flip through the hands where I VPip and see if anything interesting comes up. So this should be the first hand.
All right.
And let me just make sure that I can, so if I control forward, so that goes to the next hand. Yeah, and then this would go to the next hand I VPip, I think. Yeah, okay, cool.
Share screen.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so this would be the very first hand on this table. Let's see if anything comes up. So no, I'm probably gonna fold that. Okay, so I'm just gonna go to the next hand that I VPip. And single big blind, we raise and get a fold. So those are gonna come up. Any hand that we VPip here. So it's raise and fold. Okay. Raise queen 10 suited, and we're gonna fold. Now, VPip this one. This must limp. Oh, we get a little min. The min raise guys are back. This I wasn't sure if 4-5 made it into the range of defending a cutoff min raise. I wasn't sure, and these are the things that I'd like to look at. And we go in, we try to find our 2x button or 2x cutoff raise, and then I'll just kind of go to look to see how is our defense. Okay, it's in there. Like I knew these were at some frequency, and then I see this one is like just barely in there. So these are the things that I kind of look at afterwards, and we get that. That's pretty nice.
Whoa.
Yeah, right. So this is the first hand, like third hand at the table looks like, or third hand with this villain. And so these min raisers, I've noticed that they tend to kind of see bet a lot, and they can tend to be fairly aggressive. Like they're good players. So I check.
Mhm.
This would be dockable, I think, certainly versus an earlier position. Once we get to later position, donks tend to diminish, even when the flop is like just like you look at the flop and go, that's donkable board, right? It would probably be one like 80% donkable versus low jack and earlier. And then once you start getting closer to the cutoff and button, that 80% diminishes down into the, you know, less than 50, less than 40, 30 range. So I think,
Hey, Mike, a clarifying question.
yeah,
This is Scotty number two,
I just got
um,
to,
which is when you say the people who open two tend to be good players. Um, here you mean the ones who open two all the time, not the ones who open two sometimes and open three other times, right?
correct. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
that's my what I've seen.
Yes. Yeah. That's exactly it. Now, do I
And
know
here,
if this is his third hand? Do I know this yet? No, I'm just
no,
already kind of making some assumptions.
yep. And the thing that I picture about them is when you raise to two, you get called a lot more than when you raise to three and 3.5. So these are people who are not afraid to go to the flop.
Exactly.
That's
Yeah.
the picture I have in my mind about their skill level. But don't know if they'll play it well, but they're certainly not afraid of flops.
So I check, and unfortunately, we get a check behind.
Do you ever think that they're tournament players that are like well studied on that side where they do open to two sometimes?
Could be.
Sorry,
Do
just wondering.
you have any sense of that, Mike?
Yeah, I don't. The, the only sense I have with the min, I get that, and I know where that's coming from. I don't know if that's the case because I don't play tournaments. But there is, if you like, I watch a lot of poker content, and I watch a lot of the streamers, like there's a lot of the same guys that you guys watch, and open to two is kind of standard opening size with a lot of good players
Mhm.
in all positions. So, like, I mean, the Peter Clarks do it. Luke Johnson, if you don't know if you know who he is, he does it. There's just a lot of opening to a min raise from every position.
Right. And to add one thing to that, if you're thinking about yourself going, oh, so should I adopt the two big blinds as my open size? I will just point out that the Hungry Horse strategy is 4 and 4.5, and he hates the 2 and 2.5. And his reason is that your opponents are playing the same range. They're responding the same. They just go, is it a raise or is it not a raise? And if they're doing that, why are you not charging them more money for their two wide calls when you have better hands than they do? So that's his argument. Okay.
Yep. So now we get this ace turn here. So I was kind of torn. Obviously, I can bet here, obviously, but I was thinking this would be a good card for him to bet. And that's why I checked. And we get a check behind, unfortunately. So then we get that card. And now I'm trying to decide, okay, how often are they going to check behind an ace? How often are they going to think that I've checked behind an ace? And then, so I'm just trying to determine size. Go small. Do I block? Do I go pot? Do I go over bet? So what would you guys do if we've taken this line so far, checked to the river?
1.5,
Yeah, I
1,
mean, that's
and
fine.
1.5.
So
Sadly,
like,
sadly,
yeah. Because then we're looking to get called by
nothing.
like 6x,
King X.
6x, 7x, obviously 3x is gonna raise probably.
Hmm.
I think ace X still checks behind some weak ace X's occasionally. I took a different line. I wanted to potentially get bluff cat. I went 2x.
Yay.
Um, and fold, unfortunately. So,
Yeah.
all right. So that one.
Right.
I can't reveal because this is less than 24 hours ago. I don't have
Right.
results. Okay, next hand to VPIP. We get 9-8 small blind, raise, and fold. Okay, good. King queen, raise. And oh, okay, so this is a bigger size for me. So that means, oh wait, no, this is a limp or a post. What was
Yeah.
this? This was a, looks like this was a post.
Yeah.
So that's the bigger size. In position, normally I make it 4. So why 3.5? Probably because of the shorter stack here. Normally this would just be 4 for me. Not sure why I made it 3.5.
There's no small blind.
There's no small blind. That could have been a factor. Yep.
Yeah. So the pot's smaller relative.
Okay,
Hey,
so
Mike, say something about your thought process with the nuts on the hand when your opponent has shown no strength at all on the 4-5, just on the river sizing. So you said I wanted to get bluff caught.
yeah. Um, because I do think that they are still checking behind some weak aces. And I guess because this is kind of bluffy on my part, unless I have a 3 or a 4-5, which
Right.
I've now checked twice.
So do you think so you're trying to so your main target here is a weak ace, right? A weak ace that's gonna get curious.
A weak ace or even a like whatever other pair
Yeah.
that gets curious.
Right. But I mean, but you have a strong target of the ace. Against the ace, if you check, does the ace always bet this river
From him?
from him?
Like if
Does
I
his,
check right now?
yeah, if you check on the river, does his ace always bet? The ace that didn't bet the turn.
Probably, right? I would
I
think
think
the ace would bet, right?
I think the ace bets.
Yeah. Yeah.
Does
I'm with you.
pocket fives, pocket fours? No.
I would say those probably C bet
Yeah.
the flop. Oh,
And
on a decent
sometimes it doesn't.
frequency. I mean, not that they don't always, but
Yeah. Some people might play fives like this and then get upset about some people could play fives and fours like this, and they could play a 6 like this, and they probably don't hit the river. They probably don't bet the river. A 3 always bets to your check and often raises you. Although when you bet that big, a 3 might just call, but that's fine because you bet that big. So with that in mind, that an ace always bets, and you think that the 7 bet most of the time. So his range is fours, fives, a 6, and king high. That in
I would
mind,
include sevens. I would include some smaller overpairs, maybe even bigger overpairs, because this is a flop. Again, if he's a thinking player, this is a flop that you want to check behind at a pretty good clip. This is not one that you are going to see bet range.
okay. So you're saying you think he's protected his checking range, and then when the ace comes, all of that protection has now become marginal made.
Yes.
Okay. But we'll call one bet, and that bet should be big. All right, great. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know if this is any good or not. I kind of probably was fancy play syndrome or something.
It might have not mattered at all. He might have had he might have had 10 jack the whole time.
Right,
Had
exactly.
10 jack of hearts, and there was no way to get even a single big blind out of him.
What do you think? We don't have a min raise, so 4 or 5 is not going to be in this range probably. No, can't do it. We'd need 4 or 5 to see if this was any good in theory.
We have 4-5 suited. We have 4-5 suited. You can look forward.
Oh, okay. I see what you're
We
saying.
have 4-5 suited.
Okay, let's want to try it.
Yeah.
See if because I know checking down to the river is going to be in there in a line, but
Yeah.
6-3 diamonds. So 7 clubs. And so notice, so where are we at? We're at a frequency of 40% donking.
Mhm.
We check. And I guarantee you, if this was a low jack raise or earlier, it'd be like 80.
Right.
So we check. And so here's the original razor. So checking half the time, betting half the time, and all across the range.
Checking top, solver checks top pair, but we believe many of our opponents don't, but that doesn't mean that this opponent doesn't.
Yeah, the 7X is
Yeah.
very kicker dependent.
Yep.
And 6X. Okay. So they check. And we get the ace of spades, I believe it was.
Yep.
Let's see. Do we want to start blasting? When we do blast. And
Our
it's
blast size is,
like B300, B175,
yeah,
like really blasting
right.
or check.
Mhm.
And I decided to check. I probably in game, if I had gotten to this point, I probably would have gone like B75 is probably where my mind would have went. I wouldn't have thought about
Yeah,
the
but
big bet here.
with your particular hand, it hates 75 and it loves big.
Mm-hmm. So we check. And now, yeah, see a lot of their ace X is getting some protection.
Yep.
Not that I think player pool's doing this. I think they're more likely to bet, but if they do check. And it was the three of something.
Yep.
Probably doesn't matter, right? It wasn't the three of clubs, was it? And now we should not. There is slivers of overbets, and they're not 2x. They're 1 point, they're 150, they're B150s.
Yeah. But mostly when you take the check line, you continue it, mostly. And the
Yep.
exception is clubs here. Okay. Mm.
Yeah. So that's probably the line I took was not great.
And when you do check there, though, and so he calls you with all his aces. When you do check there, does he check back aces still?
Not really, just the weak ones.
Just the weakest ones, yeah.
And he'd use a
And
B75.
we don't believe our opponents do that.
Yeah, if we check, he's gonna probably bet these.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
And we got that one. We got an A7 with a small blind flat, no info. Oops, go back. So, bam. Okay. Okay, now he checks. This one's fun. I can check, I can bet. Size would be, where are we at? We are in hijack. An unknown that flats in the small blind. I'd probably check this. I do.
In the check.
They check again. Now, do I fall in line with our population and just always bet, or do I check again?
I would check
Solver,
again.
I bet solver takes the check when it checks. Solver continues to check out of position. Does it still continue to check in position? I don't know that pattern.
Neither.
Yeah.
I went pot. You got to fold.
Yeah.
Okay. You want to see that?
Yeah.
That's an interesting heuristic, right?
Yeah, because we know that when we take the check line out of position, we continue telling the same story very
Yeah.
often.
Now here
Start with the small
this
blind.
would make a really big difference here. Which range we decide to use. Now he was in the small blind, but a
Let's
lot
look
of
at small
times
blind
I
first.
will kind of give the players that do flat in the small blind more of a big blind range.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's going to affect c betting and sizing. I probably typically kind of figure they're doing more like this, even though they're in the small blind.
Mm-hmm.
Do we want to
Yeah, just do the big blind
more?
first, and we'll go back and look at it real quick with the small blind.
And we had ace of hearts, queen of hearts, five of clubs. Queen of hearts, five of clubs. Big blind's always going to check. And ace seven, I'm sure it's going to be in the check a lot range. Yep. Okay. It's going to be always, or a lot of checking a lot here. They check. And it was the two of spades. Big blind is going to check. Oh, a lot of, when we checked there, what was the frequency of checking? Our hand checked a lot, but what was our global frequency? Our global frequency was about 50-50. So when we do check a flop that actually should be pretty good for us, when it gets to the big blind on this brickish and not so brickish because this juice can bring it like have some wheel properties that they might have, I think, maybe. But anyway, um, then they get to like look at how much blasting. The pinks are all big over bets. There's no small bet.
Wide,
Yeah,
2 pairs and bluffs and sets.
I mean, yeah, and it's 250. 250 is the number that's represented. It's more than every other bet put together.
Yeah. Yeah. And now I went pot, which likes more like a smallish, medium size. The overbets aren't coming from anything but your bigger kickers.
There's some purple, B75.
So, but it does still check, like you said, Scotty.
And
Still checks a lot.
it's the majority check still,
Yes.
Mhm.
but the bet has increased. It's certainly never wrong to bet there.
Yep.
So yeah, so we see that it does now, and then he folds, right? Yeah.
And then he folded. Yes, he did.
So let's take a look. Let's take a look if he was in the small blind, how it changes.
Okay. So ace, queen of hearts, five of clubs, I think it was. Was it the five of clubs?
I think so.
Yep. Okay, they check. And
Okay.
now we bet more often. Is that right?
Yep.
Mhm.
We were checking, we were checking 49%. Now we're checking 37, 38.
And even our hand itself bets more often.
Mhm.
Just a little bit, not much, but still a little bit more. And it was the two of spades.
Spade,
Mhm.
so spade.
Now their range is significantly tighter.
But they still respond in a similar way,
Hmm.
but not as unbalanced. So they still have that 250. That's the most common bet size, but it is not, but it doesn't dominate the other bet sizes. It likes, it has a lot of 75 in there.
Now it's like 50-50 bet.
Yeah.
Check.
So yeah, still kind of checking
Yeah.
this stuff here and kicker sensitive up here.
And so if you were trying to be GTO-ish, the only change would be the size of your bet on the turn, because in both cases, you have a significant amount of betting on the turn when you check the flop with this particular combo, but it doesn't like 75 in pot.
No.
It likes small. Which makes sense because when he checks twice, he's weak here.
Mhm.
And the value of your hand is not as important as his ability to call you.
Yes. And probably even more important to us, a human checks twice is even weaker.
Yes.
Yeah.
You want to get called by pocket sixes here.
Hmm. Queen X,
Queen X.
pocket nines. Yeah, all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Which your sizing will also get you a call from Jack 10, and you kind of want to call from Jack 10. You just don't want
Mhm.
to can. I mean, you'd like gut shots to pay a little money rather than fold, but they have lots of equity.
That turn probe, we should remember that because it's a common,
Yeah,
it's a very common deal. That turn probe, like just massive overbet.
super polar, two pairs, just tons of bluffs.
And probe meaning out of position, not the aggressor on a check board on the turn.
Mhm.
That's what I probe, right?
Mhm.
Yeah,
And the probe is big, not small. Okay, good.
And I don't think probe necessarily is out of position either, as long as the pre-flop aggressor doesn't bet, and now on the turn you have an opportunity to bet. I think
Gotcha.
that's still a probe. I think you
Right.
can be in position unless they
Right.
still call that a stab. But
Right.
Queen Jack off in the small blind. I'm never calling, so the fact that I'm V-pipping here means that I 3-bet, and I think that's fine. Ace King.
I don't, that's one of the ones I don't do. The Jack Queen there. I do the King Jack, but not the Queen Jack. Okay.
I probably don't do it to, pure. It depends on the player, and this player in
Yeah.
particular, I will do it against because they're.
God, he just likes jacking off more.
Thank you. Exactly. Thank you, Dean.
Hey-o!
Hey yo.
Speaking of which, Mike, my wife loved your joke.
Which one?
Polarized husband. Loved that joke.
All right. Okay. Ooh, very nice. Very pretty. They check, and here we are on the button versus. Okay. Normal-ish, tight 28 hands. Could be nothing to really read into it, but playing decently.
I wonder if you get overbet too.
I would say yes. I would say we could.
Think you get overbets.
Button big blind on a queen, low, low. I bet the 4-5 nature and the spades take out some of the overbet nature of it.
Yeah.
I bet you definitely find 75% represented though. 66,
Mhm.
75, that one. And our hand certainly doesn't mind that big bet. So that's nice.
I don't know what I do. If I was sitting here today and did this thinking with you guys, I think I'm definitely betting and probably maybe just going kind of small with this hand. I don't know. What do I do? I check actually. It's very trappy.
Yep.
Hey, you ready? Okay. This will be my last hand. I'll have to leave here in a second.
All right.
So the check. You guys are face palming right now.
Well, we talked about it earlier. Checking back your netted equity definitely makes sense to have in your range.
Yeah, but
It
what about
is.
ace king in particular, though?
You want to bet the ace low more because you want him to have the king high flush that you block.
Mhm.
So
I'm not happy about it sitting here today.
Yeah. Hmm.
Let's see. Checks again. We got this gutter now. Now that we've checked,
I would bet him.
maybe I lost connection or something.
maybe, but
I don't
I'll tell
remember.
you what I don't hate about it. That, but also you have showdown.
Yeah,
Yes.
EPO showdown.
Yeah, you have plenty of showdown.
Yeah,
And
I
You
mean,
can
this
also
is
river the nuts.
it's just a strong hand at this point. Even though we're
Yeah,
yeah,
you can bet it.
exactly. I mean,
You can call a check raise. So great.
And the only question is sizing.
Or if he's disconnected. We're gonna find that out in a second.
Yes.
yeah, fold. No, I remember now I remember getting to this and I remember this river. Yeah. I just went pot size.
Oh,
Yeah,
good.
that's fine.
I was going 6.5. I like yours if you get called.
Yeah, he folded.
All right. Probably folds to everything.
All right, I gotta go. I gotta hit the road.
All right.
Bye, Mike.
Have a good weekend. Talk to you on Monday.
Thanks, you guys.
Yep.
I
Thanks,
want to
Mike.
see. I want to see, I'll put it in peak here. I want to see the side flop. Because I thought that that was when you bet that the range can bet 75s. Larry wants to know whether it's over bets, and I think his hand loves at least that. So let's see. Okay. Peak. It went to that before I wanted to be, I want a rake. Here we go. So we were, let's see, were we cut off?
So,
No, here we go. We were button big blind. Okay, so button raises, big blind calls. Queen 4-5. He checks range. Our size on this board, our universal size is mostly is the 60 and the 60 and the 25. We don't get the overbet here, and we get very little pot. And our particular hand, which is the spade, loves the small. I was wrong. Loves the small.
likes to check too. Check
Yeah.
more than any other combo.
Yes, happy to check. Happy to check. Get a jack, get an offsuit jack. He checks. And now no checking with our hand. All the others check.
Mhm. Makes sense.
Not a, not a violation of solver, but not a preferred size. And it does it across every size. Loves everything. Most common is big, 5.5. So under pot. Okay.
But,
Thank you.
well, let's see what our sizing should be when we do check.
Okay, let's take the
Let's give
check.
ourselves all the ace kings and then
Alright,
the straight comes in.
Let's check it. Get a straight without a flush,
Yeah.
like 10 of clubs, whatever it was, probably was. And he comes out and he bets.
We use the blocker sizing.
Right, why do I not have his bet?
No.
Jack 10, there's my river.
We can do it.
I hit it. Oh, well, hold on. There we go. River. Wait, I had to hit a button. Okay. So he bets blocker size. And we have the nuts. And we would like to go fucking huge
We just shove it.
with the ace, king of spades.
Maybe some,
97. What the?
He
Well,
must have some, he must, well, I mean, the most interesting thing to understand is what he has to call off. He must have to call off with his 9-8.
Look at, yeah, because we have, let's see what our bluffs are in this range. All right.
Also, I
First-
think we get to do this because
We never get here.
he,
It's a
he never
sliver of a
gets here.
sliver. It's a sliver of a sliver.
He never gets here, not us.
Oh, no, he never gets here. Sorry, we get here. Thank
So
you.
the reason we can do this is because we're the only combo, we're the only player with ace king. He three bets
Yeah.
ace king pure. He
Yeah,
never has it. So
Yeah.
the magic in the theory of queen jack 10
yes,
is that in SRP, the preflop aggressor has the nut advantage.
yes. And we get to do this with ace king and king 9 for value and king 8 for bluff.
Blockers
And
to the
9-9
king,
for bluff. As long as you've blocked
blockers to the 9-8.
block the king 9, you gotta block the king, you gotta block his king 9.
Yeah. Yeah, you got blockers king 9, which is
Yeah.
the only, he has king 9 and 9-8.
Yeah, because look at all those kings.
Right.
All right. That's gonna surprise Mike,
So if we have king nine, nine, eight, we get to do it.
river size. All right. We'll show him that when he comes back. All right. What you want to look at? Anybody? Are we just looking at hands? Larry, what's going on?
Yeah, we're just looking at hands. I did my hands. Brian did his hands.
All right. Anybody else got hands?
And that's, yeah, I had like two of his hands. Might
Okay.
be it.
All right, I'll do a couple.
Sure.
If you want, close it up. Do you have some? Brian, do you have any more?
I can build one if you want to go. I have one that's interesting.
Yeah, take yours. I still have to load up Poker
Scotty,
Tracker.
Scotty, do you have any magnitude trumps frequency for Brian? Like math?
Yes, did it come up?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay.
There was there's a situation where went the hungry horse route of I was planning to bluff and then I made my hand on the river and I chose not to go at the size I was going to use to bluff and chose to go smaller so that I would get called by the hands I was targeting.
Right.
And when we talked about it, it was basically Mike and Dean are basically like the magnitude and frequency of when you get called here trumps it, obviously,
we
instead of
just didn't
targeting.
have the, we just
Show me,
didn't
show
have
me the hand. Show me the
math or
hand.
anything.
Yeah.
I'll show you the hand.
Show me the hand and I'll tell you what my thoughts are. And if they've got any math to back up my thoughts, I'll let you know what it is.
All right, okay, so, all right. Okay, so
Pocket eights, yeah.
we get limpers, I squeeze,
Okay.
then we get a cold call here from the
Right.
original limper,
Right.
so an extremely capped range, and a fold.
So where's the,
From this
hold on. Go back a second. I just wanted to see what the original limpers here. We had limp, then a squeeze, then you re-squeeze with eights. Okay.
Yeah.
Extra aggressive. I like it. And the people who call are the first limper.
The original
Okay.
limper, and everyone else folds.
Stubborn. Great. Great. I believe he has your queen jack suited kinds of king 10 suited kinds of hands.
King 10, I think some low pairs,
Sure.
like low pairs and some suited aces was
Yeah.
pretty much where I was at.
Right. Maybe some 9, 8, 8, 7, maybe some jack 9 if he's that kind of guy. But yeah.
Yeah, possibly.
what-
Yeah, those are just
But we got-
none of top of range, obviously. No top of
No
range.
top of range and for him to be somebody who, excuse me, for him to be somebody who would do this with ace king or ace queen,
He would
we
head
have
over
seen-
ace here.
we would have seen a ton of his limping already if he's limping that. So we're not
Yeah.
going to do that yet. Not to
Yep.
say that no one does it. Okay, great. We go.
So then this is the flop. Not
Okay.
ideal, but good technically range wise in GTO. I would probably bet here almost
Yeah.
every time.
Yep, you went 4, so great. And your size in GTO worlds gonna be like 5 big blinds to 10 big blinds. It's surprisingly small.
Okay, I go bigger than that. I go to 15
All right.
after he checks to me. He calls. So now I'm trying to reconstruct his range. I'm trying to think about it a lot like they do on Hungry Horse and trying to, range people and figure out whether this is going to be a situation where I'm going to want to go for a triple barrel.
Right.
So when he calls, I'm like, okay, so with a pretty wet board like this that smacks my range, he's raising off all of his sets in 2 pairs. He's calling with a lot of weak aces, some kings,
Yep.
probably not a ton of sixes that he shouldn't have. He might have some sixes, but probably will call with
Yep.
one time with the 6. And then he's going to call with some obviously queen jack of clubs and stuff like that that has draws to the nuts or
Yeah.
close to the nuts because my nuts are blocked pretty much. I shouldn't really
Yeah.
have many nuts at all here.
He's not
So
folding. He's not folding 6-5 of clubs. We don't think he's not folding 6-7 of clubs. We don't think, and he's probably not folding nine, 10, queen, jack, definitely not, but he's probably not folding 9, 10 or jack nine of clubs. If he's got it there. He's probably folding a lot of diamonds here.
Yep, and he's gonna call off with weak aces and kings and stuff like that for
And
at
his
least one
aces and his
time.
king, and his aces and kings can easily have can have a Broadway kicker easily. Ace
Yes.
10, king 10, king jack, those kind of things. So
So,
so he's got a backdoor straight with his pair a lot of the time. All right, great.
yep. So that's where I have him.
Yep, I
And
agree.
then we get this turn, which only really helps 6-5 suited, which is a
Mhm.
very small portion that
Yep.
might cold call 3-bet, but
Yep,
not as much of what I'm expecting. I don't think I'm gonna see as many 6-5 suiteds in there as
right.
we would weak aces and
Yeah.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
So when he checks to me, I bet again, and I believe I size up a decent bit, but not really. It's still kind of a small bet. So the plan here is
To
small
jam.
bet, small bet, leave a big bet for it to jam on the river to fold him off, depending on what happens here and if we get a clean run out.
Right.
So he checks,
Yeah.
I bet small, and he thinks for a little bit and then sticks in the call.
Right.
So I
So
am
now
now
we have less than a pot, so we don't have a chunky bet left. That's one of the things about your thing there. Your bet here, you might not
but
get a case to fold with less than a pot size bet left, maybe.
with the absolute sizing, I think I will
Yeah,
of 250 in this game.
you might.
That's
You
I
might.
mean, this is more than most people buy in for.
Yeah, it's nice.
Um,
It's nice that he started with 200 big blinds. That's really nice.
so yeah, so he calls. So now I am like, okay, so he can have some, still can have draws,
Mhm.
and he could have King X. I mean, not a
That's
ton of King X here.
Yeah, he's folded some of his king X by now.
Yeah, and the only King X, I mean, he just has no King X that has a draw now. So he's folding
Yeah,
that. So he's got a
yeah,
lot of Ace X,
yes.
possibly with, I mean, he could have, yeah,
Yeah,
not just a lot of Ace X and draws
yeah.
with the clubs that
So
have or combo draws.
on the river, what are the cards that we think that are that should stop us from bluffing? What are the river cards that, because I can think of 3 river cards that we have to not bluff on.
A lot of clubs, another ace, um, some
A 5 and a 6.
a 5 and a 6, because
Not because
that,
it makes his hand, because he won't fold his ace.
yeah, now he has two pair.
Because now he has ace with a king kicker, and he chops with your
Yes, didn't think
he
about
chops
that,
with your ace queen. That's
but
really,
yes.
so we can't bluff a 5 or a 6. We can't bluff a club. Can't bluff a club is a funny thing. We we are maybe we bluff a club small, who knows, but we can't bluff a 5, a 6, or an ace because all his aces call those. Okay, great. So let's get an 8.
Yep.
Great.
So so as I'm coming in, I'm thinking he checks to me. I'm like, okay, so my original plan here is when I don't drill this and if I got a clean card was to blast all in to get him to
Right.
fold what I have now put him on. He's folding any draw, no matter what here. I
Right.
mean, he's putting down every draw he has that because they all bricked unless he has 9-7, which he does not have, and
Right.
7-4, which he also doesn't have. So
Right.
he has nothing. So I need to go big to get out any aces, and every draw is going to fold either way. So
Right.
I don't want to go huge here. So my thought process is like very hungry horse oriented. What's the sizing I would use to get an ace to fold? That would have been all in for 250. So
Right.
what's the size I want to use to get an ace to call? And I think 125 then.
Okay. So so here we'll do the math thing of it. So there's several ways of doing it. So the thought process makes sense. I would have come to a different conclusion than you. My conclusion would have been this, that I would have bet the turn smaller to leave a full pot size bet at the end. Not much smaller, but just enough smaller that we weren't betting under pot, because I'd be afraid that an ace might call the under pot. Since
Okay.
I was afraid that an ace might call, I'm saying it's going to call, might call, My size down here, for your reasons, I accept the size down, was down from, go back one step, just to see it, to the big blinds. So instead of 125 big blinds, I'm gonna go to 100 big blinds. That's gonna be my size down,
Because you bet.
because I believe an ace is calling, because I'm not confident that an ace is folding to 125, to 125 big blinds. So let's use it in dollars. $250 is enough money to get this guy to fold an ace, you think?
Yeah.
Not all the time, but enough of the time that it's worth it, right?
An ace that didn't just hit two pair or some
Yeah,
shit on
yeah.
the river.
Exactly. I am afraid that an ace doesn't fold to any bet under pot. So I'm willing to bet bigger than you. I'm willing to bet pot here. Using your logic, I'm willing to bet pot, and I would, because I didn't want to be in this position with eights there. But now if I accept your logic and all with it, that the ace will fold to that, I still think that the ace calls $200. And
Yeah.
certainly I believe the ace calls $175 here. So 75% to pot. I mean, sorry. So pot's 150. So 66% pot is $200. We're in a $300 pot basically. So yeah, I believe you can bet $200 here, and I'm confident you can bet 175 and get called.
Yeah,
Now,
that's
good. Now you weren't, and so you chose
I chose 125
basically half pot.
or 130 or something like that. Yeah.
Basically half pot. So here's what the math says. If and this is gonna be yours. How often does ace 7? Yeah, we're gonna give him ace 7. How often does ace 7 call this size?
My size?
Yeah.
I think 9 out of 10 times, 8 out of 10 times.
Right. Let's simplify it and say 100%. Let's just go with that, because it's gonna make the math easier. It's not gonna fuck us up too much. Okay,
Okay.
100% of the time. How much does ace 7 fold to the jam? How often?
This was player dependent. It seemed like he was pretty close to folding for this size. So I think 60-70% of the time he's gonna fold to the jam.
Okay, then if he's calling you 80% of the time to this size and calling you 60% to the other size, the math is trivial. All you do is we do 0.6 times times 125, and we do 0.8 times 65. And we compare those two numbers. Let's do it. All right, I will bring this up here. Right, let's do this here. I will just steal the screen. Not that, sorry. And then we put in some other numbers and see how it works. But that is the simplest thing to do. And and everybody understands why that's the calculation, right?
Yeah.
All right, so 60% of 60 big blinds, right? You bet 65 big blinds, right? That's what you bet?
No, we said call that every time.
Oh, no, okay, sorry, you're right. So we're gonna do the two. 100% of 65
And then
and
60% of 125.
no, the fold, you said he was folding 60%.
Oh, 40% of
Yeah,
125.
40% of 125. And with these numbers, by the way, your bet is better. We know this. Just because we
And that's
know.
and like I talked
Right.
about this with Mike, was that we don't know that he would have folded if I went bigger. I just know that he tanked and he was looked very close to folding for the size I put out there.
Right. So.
So that's why I get my number of I think he folds 60 to
Yeah.
60-70% of the time when I do go big.
So at 140, your bet is more profitable, right?
Mhm.
At your original statement was 80 to 90. So at 80, it's about equal. Right? And at 90, your bet's significantly better. Now, let's give this an 85 there. And I believe that this number is not 40. I believe the number is much higher than 40, but that's fine. To the full 125. But let's go and just do just to this 50, just half the time. And it jumps up. And it's more profitable. That's your threshold there. Is whether your estimate of 40 is right or 50. With this guy doing the range that you said was 80 to 90. Okay.
Mhm.
Now, the one that I wanted to compromise to was I said 100 was my bet. And I believe that the ace calls 100 66% of the time. That's what I
Part of the
believe.
thing with this is that when I pull out because 100 be 200,
Yeah.
and when I grab my big stacks and start pushing those forward, people are just like, just start
Do you have white
throwing
chips?
hands. I have, well, I mean, it's red and green, so I have green chips. Yeah,
Okay, so you have green chips. Okay.
I think that a good thing to do though is like when I'm bluffing, I do put in just bigger stacks instead of my smaller chips.
Okay, there you go. A tell that until they pick up on, you don't need to. You don't need to change it. If it's working. So there's your things. If I believe you're 85 here, I believe my 66 here.
Yeah, I
Half
mean, either
pot,
way,
this is half pot-ish. This is 2/3 pot-ish. People perceive these similarly. But they may not be perceiving it in your game because this is $130 and this is $200. So you might
that's
be right.
I'm thinking absolute. Yeah,
Right.
there's a
Yeah.
lot of I'm getting.
Yeah, so let's do that. Yeah, so now so these were percentages of pot. It's gonna be the same numbers. But this is how they're going to see it. This is what they are going to see in their heads. It's gonna be the exact same values, but that's how we're thinking of it. That
Yeah,
$130 gets called about 85% of the time, 250, they're folding at least half, you think something like this. And now give me your guess as to what they would do with, and you're gonna put in stacks here, so it's not like you can't, 195 won't seem like a discount because it's not like online where you type in a number. This is gonna be stacks of chips. So Larry
yeah.
wants to bet here very often, $195 online or $199 online to, I'm serious.
Walmart special.
This is, he wants to do the Walmart special, but the Walmart special doesn't really work in
Live.
live because it's a
No.
stack of chips. And then somebody goes and tells him the number, but he sees the stack of chips going in there. So what do you think? What do you think your guy's gonna do for 200 here? What do you think the percentage is? And
I mean,
this is relative to 85% for 130.
so my whole thing was that the reason that I think he was pretty close to folding was because I did get it wasn't grab for chips right away. It was like I have my hat on and he can't see my eyes, but I'm looking at him. I'm looking at
Right.
his hands and seeing what he's doing. And he is like picks up his cards and starts like tapping them on the table, is like,
So he's ready to fold. He's ready to fold.
yes, that's why. And the whole reason, like, I make the argument, like, yes, the math may be right, may say this or that, but I know that these people, the absolute size matters in this game. And
Right.
he's deep enough and he doesn't want to lose. He's like, oh, he's already talking about how he wants to take the money and go play in the tournament that's going on. So take
Right.
his money he's already got. He doesn't want to lose money. So like, I know I can, on the river there, if I jam, I honestly think I'm getting folds like 90%, if I'm gonna be
Right.
honest. I think that I'm
Okay.
getting the fold there pretty high, at a pretty high frequency whenever
Right.
I jam the river. But the so I think that the 200 would have been pushing it. I think he's calling that. Maybe what was it? We said
Give me a number. We're saying we're giving him 80. You said 80 to 90 for your 130. And so I gave him 85. What do you think he does to two? This guy, this hand, this time with the tell, not the tell you got on the river when you bet, but the tell you got on the turn that he was considering bluffing, that he was considering laying it down there. What's your guess?
I say how often he calls or folds? He calls.
Either one. Give me either number. I don't care what.
He's probably gonna call. He probably calls like. I think it goes down to like 40% of the time there.
All right, then your bet is the right bet.
I'm trying to think. So, I mean,
Your
I
bet is
bet 130. Yeah, I think that especially as that number inches closer to 200, and I do put it, I didn't have any green chips left at this point, so
Right.
I would have had to start putting out big stacks, and I think that just really starts to affect the rate in which people call.
Okay, so these numbers may be wrong, but you only can play based on your reads. Based on your reads, your sizing was right. Now, as we play more and stuff, and you see, and you get to see how they react and what they are throwing away over time, you'll refine these feelings. My
Yeah.
feelings are a little different than yours, but I didn't see the guy. I didn't see how he played, and the fact that he had his hand, what you described to be his hand, is a guy who is really talking about pitching his hand.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly was kind of like, shit, did I
Right.
go too big? It looks like he's
Yep.
about to fold.
Yep.
And then I see him like tap the cards, and he puts them down, and then reaches for his stack and throws a chip, and I call.
Yeah.
And then
So with all that, this is getting more and more believable that this number is low. It may not be 10%.
yeah,
It's
it could be higher than that. I would
low.
say it's
It's low.
probably closer to 20 to 30. Yeah.
But here's the one thing I will claim. This is a crazy thing, but I'm going to claim it. I claim this number is 85% also. 135. I bet that he does not perceive the difference between 130 and 135.
Yeah, I would say that probably could have gone to 150 actually without that making that much of a difference.
I think if you're looking at absolute dollars now and not percentages of the pot,
Actually, yeah, no,
that
145.
the break point is right at 150. That's the mental shift over.
Yeah, that's why I think at 145 would actually be the perfect number because it's
145.
not quite 150. I mean,
Yeah.
like honestly, if I wanted to be a total ass, it would be I had some $1 chips. I probably could have done $149.
99.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Those are my opinions. And that's the way to analyze those opinions. And the M8A VMs are available in all these different sizes, by the way, people, just so you know.
What are those?
This is what I
What's
was,
that?
this is what I was working on the plane today.
What is it?
This is, I'm doing a show for a company called AMD. In 2 weeks, so I was writing the script, and these are the different size of instances that are available on AWS for AMD for the new M8 EC2 M8A VMs. That's what I'm going to be talking about. And I'm a
You
juggler.
lost me
I
entirely.
know, and I'm a juggler. I'm just a that's my life, people.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. All right. Anybody? You got a new hand though?
Oh yeah, here, let me
Yes.
if you have one, I have to put it together real quick.
Okay, you put it together. I'll do something. I got something here. Okay. And then then once yours is ready, tell me. We'll switch over to that, and that seems like a good time to end. 12:15. Does that work?
Yeah, it works fine.
Great. And then Larry, assumedly both Monday and Tuesday next week, I'm gone for both of them, assumedly. I might come in at the last 5 minutes, depending on what time the show ends. And then Friday is, I'll look, but Monday and Tuesday is you. All right.
Okay, Monday and
let's-
Tuesday, then I am gonna open the room.
Great. Let's see what excitement we have with these hands that we have not seen. Here we go. Here's two we have not seen. And
This your busy season?
I guess it seems to be, doesn't it? I mean, I didn't know that it was busy, but it seems to be. All right. We're gonna dare YouTube to hate us there. Dare your AI to look that fast. Okay. Oh, so this is gonna be live. This guy's got ace three suited. That's an ace sitting off there. Ace three. Queen 10 suited. We're gonna assume this guy is gonna call. We don't think he's gonna three bet. Should he be three betting against the hijack with Queen 10 suited? No. should he ever fold it?
That ace three suited that open?
Yeah, the ace three suited opened. He should be opening pure in the hijack.
Uh,
Should queen ten suit?
Yeah.
I think queen ten suited should do some folding here and exploitatively can never fold. He can just decide that in position I will outplay you. You will play bad enough out of position. But I think against a 3 big blind raise, if this is a just perfectly fine fold on the button with queen ten suited. Let's look at the 3-bet range. I mean, let's look at the 3 big blind range. There it is. That's a 3. Yep. And the button against the hijack comes in here, button, queen 10 suited. Now I'm totally wrong. You play all that
You
stuff.
got it on hijack.
It is hijack.
Oh, it's hijack, okay.
Yeah, he's hijack. Yeah, it's 100%. 100%. 100% play the queen 10 suited, raise
Well,
and
this is
fold.
chip EV,
That's
which
totally
is gonna
wrong.
be different, right?
No, I've got it. Don't I have a?
With
Oh, no, it's chip
6x chip EV.
Put on a rake. I need a rake. Thank you. 3x.
You
Let's
need
put on-
NL50, you got a lot of rake.
Yeah,
on
I got
it.
an NL50. Let's do an NL50 rake.
There you
All
go.
right. Now what do we do? Thank you.
Yeah,
Good fold.
no worries.
Good fold with an NL50. And just for fun, get in there where you've got some rake, but not as painful a rake. NL200. And there's a difference. All rake. That's all the rake difference.
Mm.
Okay. He's going to call, right? Of course he is. I am going to 3-bet. To what size? Dean, what
Right.
size do you want to 3-bet?
I would go pretty big. Oh, is
Alright.
my internet fucking up?
Give me a number.
14.
21.
21. Huge. All right. I'm going to go 16, 17, 18 kind of size. 16. Pocket jacks.
Ooh,
Oh, he's on a short stack.
jam, yeah, he's short stack.
Just jam. We should just jam. Yeah. Yeah.
He's gonna do you a favor and stick it in.
Yeah. If
Oh,
he
yeah,
was,
I would have gone a little smaller too. Like, this is a good size. I didn't even notice the big blind was that.
I didn't
So-
either. But
Now you
if I
can't.
want the ability, if I wanted the ability to reopen, he's got to be able to raise me 15 big blinds over this. And he can't. With his one, he's 29.1. So if I want him to if I want to be able to reopen the action, what is the maximum I can bet?
15.
Okay.
That's 12 more than he has 28, so it's 13 more.
Yeah, 15 is a raise of 12 and 12 plus, right? And 12 plus 15 is 27. So he has to have 27. He has 29. So I can actually go bigger. Wait a minute. Did I do that wrong? 16?
Oh, yeah, he
16
has one big
is-
blind in there.
16 is,
I think
oh, I
you're
did it wrong.
good.
I did. 16
Yeah,
is
you're good.
13 more.
Yeah.
I did it wrong. I'm raising 13. Therefore, he has to be able to raise 13 over mine, which is 29. He has 29.1. I've done it right.
Yep.
17 is too much. 16 is right. All right, good. There we go. He jams, no problem. If I get a call from anybody,
Oh, yep. Rejam.
I can rejam over it. Do I want to?
Yes.
If I have aces or kings, I certainly do. Do I want to with ace king? They're both going to fold though. We know. that.
That's a tough one.
Right.
Yeah, I think
There's an argument
Knowing
to
here, if the initial raiser reshoves,
I could fold.
I think you fold.
I could fold, yeah. So here's why I think I don't want to reshove here. With ace king specifically. Let's say either of these guys call. A lot of the value of my ace king when I reshove it is getting folds, right? And not having to beat pocket twos. But I've got to beat his pocket fives, no matter what.
do.
I need to hit an ace or a king here a lot of the time.
You do, yes, sir.
Anyway, so since I need to, how much value do I, how important is me to get another to not have another 2 cards in the hand? Not that much.
Well, let's look at your
Assuming he's got a
equity right
pocket
now.
pair. Yeah.
Look
Say
at
what?
your equity across 4 ranges.
Yeah,
You're 27%. I mean, we know when you get these guys to fold out, all that equity, a lot of that equity goes to you.
a lot of that equity goes to him,
I guess you're right.
right?
He's got the most equity with his pair.
Yeah. Yeah, it's 33-27. And now it's 43-57. And let's beat everybody. There we go. Okay. And the next hand is. So I was wrong, by the way, in the actual equity in these exact card distributions. At this moment, there is 40% to fight over, right? And that 40%, that's how much is going to go away. Exactly 40%. And that 40% goes to he gets 20 of it and I get 20 of it, right? 38 to 43. No, what's going on here?
Yeah.
He goes from
He has
37 to
he has a little bit
57.
more than he
Did
should. I think
27 and went to
it must be taking into
33.
consideration card removal with the ace three.
You
Right,
had
but what I'm looking
27
at
to
is this.
33.
Oh, he had 33 before. It was before this guy folded, right? So he goes from he goes from 33 to 57. So he picks up 24 of it and I pick up 16. So he gets the lion's share of it. He gets 2/3 of their equity. That's why it's not critical that I get them to fold. All right. And then I win. Okay. Ace Jack, we're gonna open this. King 10 suited, he should 3-bet.
Yeah.
Yeah, he should 3-bet. He's not gonna.
Call.
He should 3-bet.
He's gonna
He's
call.
gonna call. He's gonna call. Oh, he does. He
Oh.
3-bets. He
Nice.
3-bets. I should be folding this Ace Jack to this 3-bet.
This is an
And I-
absolute
What's
fold.
Ace Queen going to do?
Well, Ace Queen's gonna fuck me and I'm gonna definitely fold. But I think I should fold the Ace Jack offsuit here, but maybe not Ace Queen offsuit to this late versus late
I think
configuration.
you should fold ace queen off.
You think I should fold Ace Queen hijack cutoff? All right, let's find out.
If he, are you saying that if the guy in front of him with ace queen 4-bets?
No, I'm talking about, we're talking about, I'm first saying
You
as
just
soon as I
fold.
got the phrase, before I even saw what the big blind is going to do. So I'm in the hijack with a nice Ace Jack. I raise it, cut off 3-bets me. If it just comes back to me, Ace Jack is a
Four
fold,
bet.
but Ace Queen is not.
Ace queen's a 4-bet bluff.
Ace Queen
Ooh,
is
four-bet
Ace
bluff,
Queen is
never
serious
mind.
4-bet bluff. But if we put me earlier, like here, and he does the same thing, Ace Queen is now a mostly fold with a tiny bit of bluffing. Oh no, it's just all folds.
No bluff.
So this has to do with my range and his perception of my range. So if he's not playing the difference between this 3-bet strategy versus this and this 3-bet strategy versus that much wider, then I don't make this adjustment. Okay, but against what's gonna happen, I'm folding totally. If this guy calls, I'm folding. If this guy raises, I'm folding. If this guy folds, I'm folding. He calls,
He just
not a
calls.
surprise.
Yeah,
And
yeah, this is a clear fold.
yeah, this is a clear fold, and don't make the mistake of thinking you're getting pot odds here. Because Ace Jack offsuit is not an implied odd
You
hand.
had Ace
Equity
Jack
excluded.
suited.
Yeah,
What if you had Ace Jack suited? Would you do the 4-bet squeeze?
Or just
I
call.
would call. Maybe I should do the 4-bet squeeze, but I would call.
This
Let's
isn't.
see. First of all, we can't see it
it.
because he has no flats. There, he
So-
does. He can never flat. Oh, no, wait. No, it hits him. Yeah, nobody else flats. They don't have any flats. We don't know.
But
So,
it does just this way.
yeah, I would do the call. But I'm gonna fold here. What? What the fuck is wrong with you? Idiot. When
That's
did
how
I
you
play
get
this
the
hand?
BPIP of 50 there, guys.
Well, maybe I'll look, when did I play this hand? I played this, oh no, this is recent. Oh, and I'm gonna lose everything. Oh, this is a great hand to show you guys. This is why you don't play like me. This is terrible. All right. So
This is
what's
not
my
good.
justification? I have no justification.
No, it's a pretty hand, but you need to muck it.
This is wrong. And now let's watch me be punished. And
Worst hand wins
and
3 ways.
we all learn not to do this. There we go.
Oh,
Front row.
Let's get punished.
Yeah.
Check, check, bet, raise. Well, now
Oh,
I can get out of
now
there.
you
Yeah.
Please
yeah,
tell
yeah.
me.
No, we saw how much money I lost. This is horrifying. I'm gonna call
He's
it.
calling.
I'm gonna end up all in
Oh.
with this. This is the worst. Because maybe he has heart. Maybe he's on a heart draw. He could be on a heart draw.
Queen of hearts.
Look at that. He's on a heart draw. Now it's only 43 more to call.
oh,
There,
there
no,
you
I
go.
fold. At least
wow.
now I fold.
But, I think one of the most unique experiences in this, study session is we got a little insight into how Scotty's internal dialogue sounds.
Yes, exactly. All right, what you got, Brian?
Okay. I have one that I think there could be. We'll go through it, see what you guys think. Let me share. I realized I was not sharing before I started clicking
Yeah.
through.
Share.
Okay. Can you see it?
Yes.
These are good hands.
Yep.
What'd you say?
These are good.
Yeah.
I usually fold them.
All right. Yeah,
Limp,
50
limp.
bucks, that's fine.
ISO.
I like the extra big ISO. I like it.
Well, that's what I was talking about. This is something I wanted to ask. I don't know if we'll have time today. There's two things, but after his hand we can talk about is, Scotty, I heard you talking about just ISOing larger and larger until you start to get folds.
Find out what that number is.
And that's
then-
what I think I need to start doing, because I might be a hungry horse. I never stop talking about it, but I watch a lot of his stuff, and you're going to realize the most edge when your head's up, and I'm getting into too many multi-way pots where it's hard for me to do anything because I'm playing multi-way. So
Yes.
I think that that's something I need to implement, and we're talking about basically just tightening up my ISO range from most positions and then just ISOing bigger.
But so all that's true. But the one thing I want to warn you about is this, which is you will find a number here that, and it's different for different opponents, and it's different for when their hands are different. We know that. But I mean, you're going to find the number where they never fold to the ISO, and you're going to find the number where they sometimes fold to the ISO. The number you're not going to find is the magic Larry number, which is what is the number that gets one call. And the problem is when this guy has Jack 10 of spades and calls first, or pocket nines, and you ISO to 11, and this guy calls the 11, this guy gave him the pot odds you were trying to deny him.
It
So-
becomes, yeah, a cascade.
Yeah, so it does cascade, and that's okay because you're charging him a lot. You can't always get it heads up. You'd like to, but sometimes that number doesn't exist. That the only number that exists is the number that will get both of them to fold or both of them to call, depending on this guy on their strategies, and that's okay. That's how they play. All right, great.
And then
So-
the other thing was that after this hand, I want to talk about adjustments for straddle pots. I think that that's a spot where I tend to I get into a lot of issues with the straddle pots, but
Good.
Okay. So we get two calls and we flop an overpair. I don't remember the exact board, but it was all under and there was no possible straights or anything.
Right.
So we
Great.
get checked to us.
Great.
And I bet, I think small. I think that heads up, I bet bigger here. And I think multi-way smaller.
Sure.
So I put in, like, what is that? Like about a third pot, a little bit less than that. And then we get check raised here, somewhat small. But check raises in this game are not ideal.
Right.
They are very strong usually. And I'm just trying to identify, like in my head here, he doesn't have a lot of overpairs, possibly tens that he might limp, but I think he opens that a lot of the time from this specific player. I'm pretty sure he's opening that, but I could be wrong. I've only played 2 sessions with him where I was probably only had a total of like 2 to 3 hours with him at the table, so I don't know 100% what's going
Okay,
on.
so, great. So I have a question for you here. Are you even considering folding queen, queen here? I mean, even, I'm not saying are you going to do it, but are you even considering folding queen, queen now to the check raise?
Oh, I'll be honest with you, I was. I sat here and
Great.
I tanked for
Perfect.
30 seconds and was like, yeah,
Wonderful.
but
Great.
I'm gonna
Are you
call.
are you, so you're also considering calling it, right?
Yeah. I'm not
Okay, I'm gonna make your,
considering three
I'm gonna
betting.
make your life really easy. When you're in that situation, fold it without the queen of spades and call it with the queen of spades and go on with your life and do that for the next 6 months. Make your life easy and you won't be wrong. When you're
Well,
in,
oh, yeah, go ahead.
yeah. So I want to be super clear about what I'm saying here, which is I'm not saying that you should be folding queen, queen here. I'm not saying you should be calling here. I'm saying when you find yourself that your analysis tells you, I think this is I think I'm mixing calls and folds, then take in that secondary thing about the specific suits and let that decide for you, and that'll be great.
Okay. I think theory wise, it's never a fold. I think that based off of live play, this is a possibly you can get away from this sometimes. But the hard part was that I don't know his range pre-flop and how much of that contains things that like tens and jacks and
The more tens and yeah, the more tens and jacks he has, the more you have to call, and the fewer then the only check raises that we can find here are for this guy is the giant combo draw 7-8 of spades, 8-10 of spades, something
okay.
like that, 5-7 of spades, something as horrible as that on you.
From what
Because
I
it
noticed
doesn't
though,
feel,
he's not making that
no,
play.
right. And this doesn't feel like 10-9
It feels a
and,
lot like some random 9-6 suited or 6-4 suited, some shit like that.
and pocket fours and pocket sixes.
Yes, those types of hands that he'll
Yeah.
limp with and call.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
be inelastic whenever I ISO.
Yeah,
So
but he's also going to do this but he is going to do this with tens and jacks, thinking he has the best hand. And so that's why it's important whether he has those hands in his range. That's the issue. Okay, go on.
So this gets interesting. I make the call because I don't think I lost enough money yet, if that is the case. And in my head, I'd like to evaluate turn, see what happens. Because I
Sure.
don't think that I think he is capable of doing this just as a pure bluff with air and trying to get it through one street and then folding.
Right.
But I don't
Right.
think he's the type of player that's going to, I have a big combo draw. I can check here. He's going to raise, and then I can come back over the top and generate a bunch
Right.
of equity with my combo draw or some shit like a full equity with my combo draw.
Yeah.
So in my head, it's like, okay, we call, evaluate the next street and see what happens. So
because you're also going to get a spade. I mean, good things can happen to you.
yeah, I could drill a queen. That'd also be cool too.
Right.
So the king comes off, which I don't hate this card at all, actually.
No.
I
love that card.
Yeah, I think it's a good card, especially whenever he checks to me now.
Yeah, it's going to make him beyond this. Yeah.
So now here, when he checks to me, I don't think I should really be betting here. I check behind, just spoiler. But when he checks, I'm now trying to think of like what the hell's going on. Because what gets scared off by this king, I'm thinking, a lot of maybe 10-9, but I just don't see that happening with I just don't see that in his check raising range really there.
Right.
10-9 and
Right.
6-4 shouldn't give a shit. 9-6 shouldn't care. Pocket sixes, pocket fours, pocket nine should not care. They should just continue to bet here.
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm trying to think like, did he get greedy? Maybe pocket eights, because that's a hand that people, they got a second pair and I raise pre-flop. I'm pretty tight and aggressive, so they could think a lot of the time, all right, this guy, he's just c-betting the flop, and I can check raise him with my pair that I don't want to lay down yet and see if I can get him to fold it out, is kind of trying to get into his head a little bit and trying to think of what the hell's going on here. So I'm thinking like, okay, maybe some eights, but I still don't think he makes that play. That seems a little loose for this guy. So I'm trying to think, and the only thing I can think of is something like tens or jacks and possibly another two queens, but I really don't think he's limping his queens here and then not coming back over the top if he did do that. But
Ace nine.
Ace nine. That yeah, ace nine's a possibility. So I just check behind though.
I
Uh,
love your shit behind here.
I
With
don't
the
think.
intent to call, with the intent to call a lot of bets on the river.
Oh yeah. So then this comes out, and he checks again, and this is where I don't like my play. I think that now I can bet thinly for value and expect.
I think you have to bet. You have to bet.
Absolutely.
I check behind, but I think that here I should be betting thinly for value all day, and
Yep.
getting putting in betting what a pot 70 is 140. So I think I should be betting. I think what can I get called with that's worse than my hand? Ace nine, all that stuff. I think I can maybe bet like 35 bigs here and get called by a
Sure.
worse hand and
40,
something in that,
45.
yeah, in that range.
Absolutely.
I'm not gonna go over pot. I'm
Yeah.
just getting called by hands that dominate me, but I just don't think he has any hands that dominate me whenever he goes check, turn river. So
Yeah.
I think that I could possibly go bigger, but then I think I'm gonna fold out a lot of nines that I want to call. But I check down and he's got pocket jacks.
Right.
So
Yeah.
now we got a new note on this guy that he does
Mhm.
not open pocket jacks pre-flop.
Yep.
Which is good. And
He doesn't fold.
he's a regular, so we have more and more information, which is always good.
Good. Now let's go back a step. There's important things on the river, which is everybody agrees that you should bet this river thin for value. In order to bet this river thin for value, you also have to fold to a check raise.
Yeah.
And if you can't fold to a check raise, then you have to check behind.
Yeah, that's simple.
Right.
Think in your head. What are you going to do if you check raises?
And you decide that you are a good enough player to, to fold to a check raise, to take a read off the guy's check raise, to see if he's changed his mind, all those kinds of things. If you don't feel you're that good a player, pretend that you are. On this river, pretend that you're Phil Ivey and that you can do that read
Mm-hmm.
and do it to get into that experience. I don't do it enough. Now, one of the things that we think about, and this is a good thing, we go, what is his range and what size will he call, right? That's a good question to ask. But we also sometimes ask the question, well, what could he possibly call, right? At which convinces us to check, like there's nothing he can call that I beat. And we should think that less because it's up to him to decide what he calls with. It's up to you to give him the opportunity to make a mistake.
Yep.
Okay. Now that's a different question than the first one. What is his range and and how big a bet do I think that range will call is different than what could he possibly call with? Because maybe he's going to call you with ace high with his busted flush. Probably not, but maybe. Let him make that mistake. The next thing we said already was, that when you say to yourself, how bad would a check raise be willing to throw away good hands against a check raise.
Okay. Yeah.
And the last thing is this. When I said king 8, king of hearts is the truth or dare card, what hand, very simply, let's make him a worse player. He doesn't think in terms of ranges, but he does think about your hand. When you raise the flop, what hand do you have? When you raise the limpers, what hand do you have? You only have one hand in range. What is the hand?
King.
Ace king. Right? We all know that's not true, but we know that thought. So that's why he can check raise pocket jacks and check raise ace 9 and check raise, if he's better, his spade draws like that. But that's why he can raise his pocket tens and any 9. When this king comes, what hand do you have? Ace king. When he checks to you, what hand do we know that he thinks you have? Ace king.
Ace king.
And why? But the reason that your check on the turn I like is that sometimes he puts you on ace king so he can check raise you again.
Yeah.
And that's no fun. So when you check behind on the river, when he did it, he goes, he thinks you have ace king. What is he going to call when he thinks you have ace king? That's your number.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. That was That's that. That was the only other hand. And
Yep.
then if we had time, I just wanted to, like, when it comes to the straddle pots and stuff like
Yeah.
that. So I started at 1-2 obviously because I'm
Mhm.
starting at 1-2 because I'm not bankrolled to play
Right.
2-5, but there's a lot of straddles that go on at the
Yep.
1-2 game to make it 1-2-5 basically. And I was just kind of wondering how you adjust for that. Since I know I'm not bankrolled for it, but there are certain times when it's like, okay, I should be playing this hand, but I also just don't think I should be putting in this much money with this hand, you know?
Okay, so first of all, you are bankrolled for it. And what I mean by that is the amount of money that's sitting on the table there, your buy-in is a buy-in that you're willing to lose a buy-in on the wrong hand, right?
Yeah. I
You flop a
bring
combo draw, they flop a set, one of you is going broke.
Okay. I bring in. I do. So this. I mean, another question I guess would be I bring that. It comes down to about five. What do I bring? About 500 big blinds with me to play,
Mhm.
and I'm willing. That's the amount. That's like my stop loss of basically like,
Right.
okay, if you lost this much money, you're done for the day. Your head's not right. It's time, or you're running so poorly that you just need to get the fuck out of there.
Right.
So
Or you
that's
just
what
don't
I.
want to lose more money than that in a day.
Yeah, I don't want to. That
And
comes
that's
out.
okay.
My bankroll is about 11 grand. I mean, it was
Yeah.
10. It's now up to 11, and it's less than 9% of my bankroll. I don't think that's a huge hit, and they can
Yeah.
be made back. So it's
Right.
like just trying to adjust for straddle pots because
Right.
I feel like sometimes I get into giant pots, and sometimes it's also headspace of, okay, this is a straddle pot. I made an ISO play in a straddle, and then now I'm sitting in here a giant pot,
Yeah.
and I just bricked the flop, and now
Right.
I'm just gonna battle to try and win this because I know how much money's in the middle.
Right. So so a couple things. First of all, the your risk of ruin. So if you're playing it, what's the max buy-in in your game? 200 big
300,
blinds?
300,
300. You buy in $300 or 300 big blinds?
300 big blinds. Or it's $300, but it's
$300 at 1-2,
150
right?
bigs.
150 bigs. Great. Okay, so 150 bigs. So at $300, you got 10 grand, that's 30 buy-ins, right? 33 buy-ins, 35 buy-ins, something like
Yeah.
that. Around there as it fluctuates. So you have a reasonable risk of ruin, meaning you could lose, you could be the best player at the table, get unlucky enough days in the row and lose that bankroll.
Mhm.
And when that happens, you are not going to go broke. You're not going to lose your house, right? You're just gonna
No,
lose the money that you set aside for this experiment, and you're gonna have to go and find a way to make more money in the real world before doing this experiment again, right?
yeah, go be a bartender for a couple of
Great.
months.
Perfect. That's fine. So that's a totally different risk of ruin. And with that, I am fine with your bank. I am fine with that. At your age, at your thing, that's perfectly fine, right?
Mhm.
And there's a reasonable chance you're not going to ever have to reload that you're going to do just fine with this. That you're a better player than them and you're grind it up, but you might not. And you could still be the best player and might not. Variance is that big. Okay. When you buy in for 150 big blinds and the blinds go up from 2 to 5, that means that you are in general now going to be playing a 60 big blind game.
Yeah.
But you are not at any higher risk of ruin because you were ready to put in 150 big blinds, 150, $300 on a single hand in that game, right?
Yeah.
When required.
Yeah. I've
That's
definitely already done
exactly
it.
the same for straddle pots. It's just now a 60 big blind game.
Okay.
Your variance will go up because the variance in a 60 big blind game is higher than the variance in a 150 big blind game.
So would you say it's recommended that I should probably do a little bit of studying of some like tournament short stack poker for playing straddle pots then?
Yes, but 60 is not that different. But 60 is not that different in tournaments than 80. 60 is deep for a tournament.
Okay. So it's not,
So
yeah. Because
yeah,
I'm never at a stack less than 150 big blinds because I keep chips in my pocket and I reload.
right.
If I
But they
refuse to
are.
be lower. Yeah,
But
they
they are.
are.
But they get lower too. So you know how to play. You have to know how to play against a guy who buys in for 100 in this game, right? Because they do that all the time, right?
Yeah.
They buy in for 100. I mean, there's lots of guys buying in for 100 and 150, right?
Yep.
Yeah, we've seen them. So when you play against that guy at 100, you're playing 50 big blind poker. You're playing this thing. So the difference in dollars is nothing to you. It's nothing to your bankroll and it's nothing to your strategy. The only difference is it might be different for them.
Okay.
Okay, so this is sort of just picturing it in your mind. The difference is that you're playing 60 or 50 big blind poker, or if they bought in for 100 and your heads up against them, they're 25 big blinds deep. They're 20 big blinds deep.
The top pair, top kicker is a great hand.
A pair, 20 big
Pair.
blinds deep, a pair, you get it all in against the guy for that. And the fact that the all in is $100,
Yeah.
you know, which is 50 big blinds in 1-2, doesn't make a difference. That you play in big blinds, they play in dollars.
Okay, so my
Even
adjustments
though-
have been correct then, because I mean, I guess it's kind of gambling, but when someone's short stacked and I flopped second pair and they jam into me, it's like I got second pair and I have a flush draw. I'm calling. It's like, where am I going?
Mhm.
They have nothing behind.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
of course, because a pair is good. A pair is good 20 big blinds deep.
Mm-hmm.
Now you have to make the adjustment if they don't think a pair is good. If they won't jam there, if they are only jamming with top pair and better, because it's a lot of money to them, that changes, but not to you.
All right. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And then I'll tell you one thing. So I've been playing in the same game on, with friends, before COVID, it was a 50-cent dollar limit game. So we buy in for $40 and I've been playing in this game for 30 years. And at the same time, when I was, I'm going to make a small exaggeration here. When I was a limit poker pro, that's a small exaggeration, because I didn't have that many hours, but I played that much. The regular limit game I played in was the 30-60 game.
Yeah.
So on Thursday nights I played 1-2, and on and all the other days I played 30-60. I played the same way.
Okay.
Now, that same way included, if they play different, I'm trying to adjust. But I play numbers of big blinds. I don't play dollars. And it doesn't make a difference whether the pot is, $800 or $8. I don't flip in a chip to go, it's only $2. Let me see what you got. The same as I don't flip in a chip to say it's only $60 or now. And so you should do the same thing.
Okay. Yeah. That's pretty much,
Right.
that's how I play right now.
Now other things in straddle pots, straddle pots mean that there are more big, you have to play a little tighter because there are more blinds in the hand. So when you're in the cutoff, there's an extra person behind you. So that changes your range a little bit. You have to play a little tighter in the cutoff than you would normally,
Mhm.
right? See that?
Yeah. So, and I noticed that a lot of people, I don't know if they're making adjustments, but it does seem like they do make adjustments to actually straddle so that they can act after me because of the way I play. That
Yep.
I know that I piss people off, and I know that I'm the most aggressive player at the table. That's going to be 3-betting them the most, and is going to be, just making their life suck as much as possible. So I do notice that, like, they'll switch and then straddle. If I'm small blind, they're always straddling the button when they weren't prior because they want to be able to act after me. At least
Right.
I'm
This is
pretty
Mississippi.
sure.
This is a Mississippi straddle. When the button straddles, the small blind has to act first, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. So, there's a weird incentive there, by the way, in the small blind. So in the small blind, you just fold everything. You just don't play the small blind,
Okay.
except for like absolute premium hands, because you're in the
Would you
worst.
just like basically ace queen off better, ace 10 suited better, and queens jacks plus, tens plus, or even tighter than that?
No, that sounds good. And ace 5 suited, fold it. Don't play around with the solver specials there.
Oh, I don't play those in general in game until I realize somebody's opening really wide or anything like
Yeah.
that.
Nobody, I'm just saying just opening it.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
Just open ace 5. You can just open ace 5 suited in the low jack. That's a perfectly fine. Nobody else is in the hand raise.
Okay.
But in this case, because you've got extra people to play behind you and you're going to be out of position the whole hand, it. You can't be in position. You just fold the ace 5 suited. If it's 9-handed, absolutely fold pocket 9s. I would.
Okay.
Pocket 10s, nah, I'm not folding pocket 10s.
Yeah.
Maybe you should, but I'm not. Yeah. Ace
One
queen.
thing that argument for playing those hands is that I just don't get 3-bet very often. So
Yeah,
it's
sure.
like you can play them. You're gonna try and drill a set, hopefully, or get no repair and then
Mhm.
win. But
If you're making, if they are doing this, you know, the nice thing is that the cost of this, so this fucks up your position and fucks up your ability to three bet them, but they are putting in money that you never will. You don't need to ever straddle.
yeah, I
They
don't.
won't-
I straddle.
Don't straddle. Don't straddle. And if you're in the straddle game, always straddle.
Okay.
What
Yeah.
I mean by that is if you sit down at a game and the game is a 2-5-10 game, 3-5-10 game, you should play 3-5-10. You shouldn't be the one person at the table who refuses to do it.
Okay. Yeah. No,
Um,
it's 1-2, and half of the table straddles, half doesn't.
Great. Don't be the half that straddles.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, if everybody was straddling, I'd probably only. What's more beneficial, straddling the button or the under the gun position?
You have to straddle.
under the gun
button
is under the gun
but
is terrible
not-
to straddle. Never under the gun is you only straddle under the. I'm sorry, Larry, you were saying I interrupted.
Yeah, just avoid straddling if you can, but if you have to straddle, the button's better.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is I would straddle button because there's probably a lot of chance I get to see free cards in that situation as well. Because a lot of
Right.
people just call the straddle and then I can just push
Right.
it in or put on some ISOs.
Right. So be aware. The other thing is this about how they play differently now. This is not theoretically the correct thing to do, but it's what they do. They will be limping stronger hands than they would limp in the regular game because of the absolute number of dollars.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah, I did notice that when I squeeze in straddle pots, which I'm obviously doing to a much larger size than usual,
mhm,
I end up with a lot more calls because
Right.
it's just
Right.
and
They've limped
like
stronger.
they like their hand in the first place. They put in the $5. So
Right. Right. They didn't, it's not the same as limping. Right. It's the same number of blinds because the blind is now the straddle. The straddle is a big blind. You now have a small blind, a middle blind, and a big blind. Those should be the names, but they aren't. But they're not thinking in big blinds. They're thinking in dollars. This hand is worth $10. This hand is worth $5.
I mean, they
Right.
openly say that.
Exactly. This is a $10 hand. Now- Exactly. The other thing, and this is a paradox of it, which is that let's say you're playing 1-2, 1-2, the straddle is on to 5, and you now raise to 15. And the normal raise in this game is to 6.
Mhm.
6 or 7. That's what most people do. They go 6 or 7. I'm saying they do this. And you go to 15. You will often get more calls than you would have to 7. And it's because while they have to put in 15, they love the idea of the big pot, how big this pot's going to be. It's counterintuitive now.
Okay. So would you recommend raising larger then? Or
Nope, just realize it. You
Okay.
raise your math is still correct. You know, eh, if there are enough straddles in the game and you find out that in the regular game, a raise to 8, 4 big blinds gets you heads up against the small blind and the big blind very often, which is great, right? That's poker.
Mhm.
Poker is the button and the cutoff versus the big blind. That's poker. If a raise to 8 gets that a lot, or gets 1 call or 2 callers, that's a great opening size. If the raise to 5 always gets 11 calls, it's not a good opening size. If you see that in the straddle, that the 15 gets a bunch of folds because it's 15, that tells you how to make your adjustment there. Maybe you can go to 2.5x and get the right size here. But if it attracts a bunch of them, yeah, consider going bigger. Just see that. And I'm just telling you that there's weird counterintuitive thing where they jump on it.
Yeah.
So
Well-
they limp wider than you think, they limp, wider is the wrong thing. They limp even better hands. They limp hands they would have raised. That's what I want to say. Their limping range is stronger than it is in the regular game. And they're willing to call raises maybe wider than they were in the regular game. And that's the surprising counterintuitive thing.
And then This is I don't know. I don't know. So I can show you real quick. There's a hand from earlier that you weren't here for. So this guy, I just wanted to show you. It was a guy that um, he limped in with a bunch of other guys. I put on the ISO. He 3-bet and I folded with ace queen just because
Yeah.
of the tendency.
Yeah.
Of that being aces, and then I played with him again, and I wanted to ask you how you would adjust this. So I played with him again, and he opened then. So he had queen 10. He bluffed with the aces.
Right.
He didn't have aces. He had queen 10. So
And just go back one step. So what he did was he did a limp re-raise, right? He did a limp back raise. And
limp.
he said that
Yeah,
was it.
limp re-raise. I threw away ace queen just because of the tendency for that to be aces is too
Right.
high for me to try and get interested.
Mhm.
And
Yes.
then he had queen 10. He threw it down all excited. I played with him yesterday then.
Right.
And he opens, which is already a pretty strong range. I know that. I have ace queen again. I 3-bet. Or wait. Yeah, I 3-bet. And then no. Did what happened? I think I opened, he 3-bet. I had ace queen. And it was ace queen offsuit, so I 4-bet bluffed.
Mhm.
And then he came back over the top, and I just threw it the fuck away.
Throw it the fuck away, even if he's
Okay.
bluffing.
Yeah,
Did he shove
and
another bluff?
no aces.
Right. Yeah.
So, and I was I don't know. It's so I also this is partially what I part of the reason I asked this is now they're all asking me how I would play hands because I think they're starting to catch on that they suck, and I'm
Mhm.
crushing them, and I'm
Mhm.
like, I always just validate what they did. Because in that situation, when a player like they might get away if they have kings and they 5-bet me and I have aces, where I know it's a little fancy play, but I might call just to have the chance to get the rest of their stack in because some of these players will put down kings when you jam them.
Yeah.
So I was thinking, he asked me, oh, he's like, how did you throw that away? How did you throw that away?
Wait,
And
how did you know that it was ace queen? Did you throw it away face up?
I threw it away face up. I shouldn't have.
Don't do
I
that
should,
anymore.
but
Don't do that anymore.
Okay. So he said, how the hell did you throw that away? And I was like, I don't know. He's like, well, what did I do wrong? This and I was like, you didn't do anything wrong. It's exactly how I would have played it, this and that. And they just started like asking these questions. I try to validate what they do. I mean, even though he didn't do anything wrong, it's just
Yeah.
in that situation, I might have just called because I know that they love their hand and I might be able to get them to put all the money in on a low card flop when they probably have kings and I have aces and I can cooler them.
Yeah.
And I was wondering if that would be the bad way to exploit this. I'm thinking about this from his point of view now.
Right.
Would that be? Would you say it's getting too fancy, or just put the money in, or just call off and then get them to put the money in on the flop?
So two different things. So with the aces, you can both are good plays.
Mm-hmm.
5-betting the aces is good. And then what is your and then if you want to play theoretically sound, what is your 5-bet bluff?
What is the 5-bet bluff? I mean, in this game, I would never 5-bet bluff, but
Right. So you're choosing not to play theoretically sound, which is okay, by the way. You don't have to play theoretically sound when you're exploiting them, so now we're looking at what the exploit with aces is. No, this is easy. This is easy. All right. You have to make a decision. It's each player. They're not all the same,
mm-hmm.
but you're going to make a decision about a player and you're going to decide whether or not they overfold to the 5-bet.
Okay.
Right? If they're folding kings to the 5-bet and you're worried about getting your aces in and coolering them, then why are you not 5-betting them with ace 5 suited?
Okay, yeah, that's true.
That's just, yeah, I mean, that's
so player
and
dependent.
Except one reason, and I'll accept the reason, which is I'm afraid they're folding kings, but I'm not confident that they are. I don't know, I'm not confident enough not in my ability to play. I'm not confident enough in my model of them. And that's okay, because there are lots of reasons not to be confident in your model of somebody. You don't play with them enough. You don't get to see all their hands. And maybe they don't play consistently. Maybe they don't have a model. Maybe they play based on what, on their mood or what the last hand was.
Okay.
And you don't know what their last hand was. But on a simplified thing, if you think that this is a guy who you should be calling it, flatting your aces to their 4-bet because they will fold to the 5-bet, you should have a 5-bet bluff.
Okay.
And you have a 5-bet bluff till you find out you're wrong.
All
And
right.
your 5-bet bluff should definitely be, in my opinion, ace 5 suited. And the reason is because it blocks aces.
Okay.
They're going to throw away kings sometimes and queens sometimes and ace kings sometimes, but never aces. I would like them to have half as many aces.
Yeah. Okay.
So block the fucking ace with that, with whatever that bluff is.
Yeah, I didn't think about the counter having a bluff in that situation. Then just
Right.
because
Right.
okay.
Okay. And now here's why you don't need a bluff in that situation. Because by the time they put in their 4-bet, they love their hand and they never fold. In which case, now you have your answer. Should I ever flat aces? God, no, they never fold.
Yeah, I mean it was
should,
only because him and I
should
were
you have a bluff? And in that situation, should you have a bluff?
when he. What did you say when they?
For the guy who never folds when he 4-bets.
Oh, no bluffs.
Oh, no, only, no aces and kings, jam them, and he'll always call you.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and this is like a very specific situation because it doesn't happen often because generally I'm playing the target tables that have deep stack players that are bad. So I buy in max, and then basically the whole goal is to just build the stack at a table with someone that's deep and is bad, so that I can try and get it in with them and take their big stack. And with the whole, this was just a situation where it was just a weird situation where it's like, this guy seems pretty tight, and I don't think I 4-bet, he 5-bets me. We're both super deep. This is the player I want to get in with it. I just don't think I can call here. I don't think I can raise here without him having me dominated by at least kings.
Oh, you mean the ace queen hand?
Yes.
No, God, no, totally fold that. That's such a fold.
Yeah.
The only thing is, I said it once, but I assume you know why. Both those hands, the ace queen that he showed the queen 10 and the ace queen that he showed the aces, you didn't want to fold that. You didn't want to show either of them. You just wanted to fold them.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to have any sort of talking game that goes along with that reinforces something, when you do the fold, you go, "You caught me," and smile like it's it's ace 5 suited or whatever they think the bluff is, not ace queen. It's like, yeah, you caught me that time. Next time I'm going to have it.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, because I generally never show. I think this was towards the end of my session, and I was getting I should have been out of there earlier than I was. So I started to make mistakes that I know I don't need to make. But I ended up showing, and it also, it was just stupid. I shouldn't have done that. But yeah.
You know why it's a mistake and all like that. And by the way, if you've probably seen me say this when I've gone through my sessions and talk about it, the mistake I make as the session goes on more than playing a hand wrong, which of course I do, but more than that, I lose discipline about not my pre-flop ranges, not my poker, but everything else.
Same.
I lose discipline about not talking about things. I lose discipline about wanting to share, wanting to treat them like I treat you.
Yeah. There's a couple of times where like they'll ask me what I would have done, and I want to say what I would actually do.
Yeah.
Because like they asked the one guy, he had a massive combo draw, guy jammed into him, and he laid it down on the flop. He had two more cards to realize his equity. And he was like, what would you have done in that situation is what he's asking me. Because they're starting to catch on is the problem, that I'm not like I'm being super cocky and I'm super great at poker or anything. Like I would still say I'm below the average good player of poker.
But you're better than them. And
yeah,
they figured it out.
They're figuring it out, and now they're starting to like try and ask me questions. And I always just try to validate whether if they're doing something wrong. I try to say that was the right play and you should fold, even though like he had a combo draw to the nut flush and a open-ended straight draw. So like you have to call there every fucking time, but he didn't. And I was like, oh yeah, no, it's a good lay down. Like that's what I would do. Or like all those things I try to do, but it's just, I don't
know anything about, I don't know about that. And I don't mean like I don't know about that like you're wrong. I think I don't know. I don't have any idea of of what level. I know not to talk. I don't always do it. I know not to talk to them like you. I know not to talk strategy at the table. I know like to talk about sports and stuff, but what to do when somebody asks you the question, because I so want to answer.
Yeah, I know it's so hard.
I
In my head, I wanted to say, "You snap call, you idiot."
Yeah, exactly. I almost never lie. I'm not saying you shouldn't, but I know this is what I do, but this is more personality than poker. Um, a guy once did this to me, and I had a lot of respect for it. Um, in the 30-60 game that I played, there were a couple of guys who were prop players. They were, I don't know if they got a salary from the casino, but they got a bunch of rake back. They had to play in whatever they had to fill seats that the casino needed filled, and they had to be there a certain number of hours. Right? They were
Mhm.
with their own money, not the casino's money.
Sounds like a good job.
Right. But they may have been paid like $5 an hour or something. I don't know what their salary was, if any, but they got rake back and maybe some other perks, and I don't know what they are. And he was obviously one of the best players at the table. And I asked him about a hand afterwards, completely after the thing. We're away from the table like this. And he said, I can't talk poker with you because I have to play against you whether I want to or not. And I can't share this with you.
Mm.
And it was
Yeah,
like, wow, that's a nice level of honesty. I'm not saying you should do it. And he was a pro. He now is no longer a prop there. He plays in the no limit game at the other casino. And I've talked about it with hands with him a lot,
yeah.
you know?
Okay.
So with that in mind, you don't want them to know how you think.
Yeah, that's part of why I don't like
Yes.
when they ask me things. I try to reinforce bad play
Yeah.
because that oh, you made the right decision, or just
Yeah.
reinforce that when they're playing poorly to continue to play poorly because that's where I'm going to make money. But I
Yes.
also, and just
I
don't.
guess if you're comfortable with that, that's probably the highest EV thing to do.
I don't like it either. But the one guy was like, asked me, "What do you do for work?" And I was like, he's like, "I guess I just shouldn't ask." And I was like, "Okay, yeah, that's good, that's fine." Because I mean, I can't say that I'm a professional poker player, but I'm trying to become one. So it's like,
So,
and
God,
I
it's
don't
so
want them to know that either because I
right.
know they're
They'll figure it out if they see you there all the fucking time. But yeah, um,
which they're starting to, and that's when they started saying, "Oh, the pros here," and I was like, "I'm not fucking."
Dean says just so you run an online business.
That's actually what I said the one time. I said I sell car parts online. It's my
Sell
business.
car parts online. I'm a nepo baby. I got
My daddy has a lot of money.
my daddy has a lot of money is a really good lie. So I don't know because there's this weird thing about this game that we're playing, which is it's based on deception. And all the things that are deception in the game are agreed upon and are moral. They're ethical because that's the game we're playing. But, you know, in any sort of decent moral code, there's a problem with lying. Lying is
Wrong.
unethical to some,
Yeah.
in some ways, right? So bluffing is not lying. Somebody asks you straight up, how would you play this? Now you're lying. And how do we, so so whether, and it's clearly it's plus EV to not be honest there,
Yeah.
but away from certainly outside of the casino, you don't want to be the kind of person who goes through life looking for plus EV spots with other
Yeah.
people, with your friends. That's like a horrible life that if we let our poker ethics, if we let the rules of poker govern the real world, we're going to be fucked up people. And so now you're at this weird line of, well, I'm in the casino, so poker rules apply, but it's not during a hand. And
Yeah. It's after.
I guess they do. I guess the rules are that I guess that you're allowed to bluff at the table about everything. including your thought process.
I feel bad lying, but I'm also like, what am I gonna tell them how to get better at the game? Like,
Right.
I'm not gonna fucking do that.
Right.
Like
Right. Now we're right. So now we're looking for little jokey ways to deflect it. Like the guy says, like, "Hey, no lessons at the table."
I would have said, I probably would have said, I was thinking the best thing I could say is like, I don't know, man, that's a tough spot. Is
Yeah,
probably
that's
what I
that's
should
great.
say.
That's great. I don't know. That's great. Um, and you know, I guess it's not wrong. I guess it is not wrong to do the thing you were saying. It's just no, I'm going to mislead you. That I'm going to bluff my answer. You're in a casino. You're at a poker table. You're allowed to bluff your answer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's that. And then just really be aware of the difference between stepping out those doors when you're not in a casino.
Oh yeah, I would say outside
Yeah.
of poker, I'm an honest, decent
Yeah.
person, and I tell people, when
Yeah.
somebody asks me outside of the poker room what I do, I say I just quit my job and I'm trying to be a professional poker player. Someone asks me in the room, I say,
Yeah.
a lot of random stuff, and then
Yeah.
they're like, oh okay, or they just, or once I say they go, I guess I just shouldn't ask, huh? Like yeah, that works.
And I know the decision that I've made. I'm not saying it's the right one, but like there's something about my belief in my own game that I can say things completely honestly and not give you an edge. You know, like even during a hand, like I bet 2x pot and somebody says, "Why would you bet so big?" And I would say, either because I have the very best hand and I want to get the most money from you, or I have the very worst hand and I want you to fold. One of those two.
It really
But
doesn't do anything.
but I can tell you one thing, I don't have a medium hand because that doesn't give them any information about the hand. But I am teaching them what polarized means.
Yeah.
And I could be doing that.
Yeah, I mean, I also think there's a certain level, like there's certain people that I'm starting to notice some guys that are like it seems like they're playing a little bit better than they were before. Like I'm like,
Yeah.
okay. And I'm like, is it because because I'm coming in and I do the 3-better fold and I don't want to, like, once again, not being cocky or anything. I just try to put them in tough situations. And
Yeah.
maybe they're thinking, okay, this guy kept fucking wrecking me by doing this. And we're like, I'm going to look this shit up and figure something out. And I'm like, okay, those are the players that I don't want to tell a fucking thing to, because those are people that might actually be looking to improve and are trying to actually get better. And not that I am going to try and like gatekeep or anything like that. I just don't want them to get better, because then my game becomes less profitable. So it's like, but a player it's an old man that's been playing his entire life and has never once taken the time to ever try and get better at the game. I feel like it's not as big of a deal, because they're just not going to learn anything either way. Whether you tell them, they're not going to apply that to another situation, but unless they're in the exact same spot later on. But still, it's like, it's a poker table, and I agree. I don't want to tell people.
Yeah. Dean says you can lie about the hand you had if they ask after it. So why not everything else? That's a good point. That's a good point.
Right. Yeah. I mean,
so with my thing of saying I don't lie about my strategy. I mean, I'm not trying to broadcast it, but I just know that I don't lie about it. But I do lie about hands. I do it all the time. You know, sometimes I tell them the absolute truth, and sometimes I absolutely lie about it, like which time I had it. And so, yeah, I guess I am okay with lying as in addition to bluffing. I think where you're starting with is probably a really good idea. And then, don't waste too much mental energy on constructing what the lie is that matches their thing, because you want to be thinking about the next hand. And probably the long-term thing is going to be to just sort of deflect poker conversations at the table with.
Yeah, I'll talk to people about other stuff, but I don't want to talk poker with people. They might.
There's one of. Go on.
No, I mean, they just, the more, if I have been undisciplined and gotten into situations where I talked about it a little bit, And that was when the people started to be like, oh, this guy, like,
Yeah.
that was when the one guy started accusing me of being like a pro or whatever. And I'm like, dude, I'm trying, but not close yet. We don't have enough hours yet to make that decision. But I was like, no, dude, no. I just say no. But it's just, it's I just need to get more disciplined with that, I think, personally. That's pretty much all I was saying.
Yeah. And one of the things that happens is even if you answer the question, quote, wrong, you're still exposing you're still exposing something about your level of understanding.
That's
And that's none of their business, how much you understand, either to be able to put an upper bound or a lower bound on what you understand, or to expose how much is there to know about this game.
Well, yeah,
That's-
that was the one thing is I got trapped myself with it the one time because I just from disbelief was like, I can't believe he folded that, is what I said. And the guy was like, why not? Like he had
Yeah.
nothing. And I was like, and it was another situation where somebody had a massive combo that they were gonna, be that they should be calling with on every single time. And the guy was like, he was like, he had said, why not? And I was like, he has to call there. He's like, why? And I kind of just shut down because I was like, I don't want to explain. But I was like, you need to keep your mouth shut, Brian. That's what you need to do at the table.
Yeah. Yeah. And I have to always remind myself of that. And I don't always listen to myself.
Well, sometimes gut instinct, you see them lay down and I'm lay it down and I'm just like, what the hell? I was like, how the hell did he lay that down? And then next thing you know, the guy next to me is like, what do you mean? You didn't have anything, this and that.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, and then I'm like, never mind, stop talking. Just be quiet.
So if you were to ever say the words, like on that queen hand,
Mhm.
if you were ever to say the words, well, I had the queen of spades, when, if the guy says to you, why'd you call my check raise with just one pair? And if you ever say, well, I had the queen of spades, that's a terrible thing to say because you've told
Yeah.
someone else who knows nothing about the table that suits matter. Why would suits matter? It's a pair. You don't have, you're not, you don't get a flush here that often.
Yeah.
Like, well, if I don't have the queen of spades, I've got two outs, but one of them brings in a flush. If I've got the queen of spades, both my queen outs are good. And if the spades do come in,
I have flush.
I have a flush. So I'm not playing for the flush. I'm playing for twice as many queen outs.
Yeah. And I'm trying.
Queen outs. It's like he doesn't know any of these things, and he shouldn't even know that you think about these things. You should not be telling him that the game is this deep. So we know that. And if you talk to somebody about what they're thinking at their level, and their level is above someone else's level at the table, you've now exposed something, right?
Yeah.
You know, so literally, I mean, as far as the guy goes, would you've laid, goes, I laid that, laid it down in a situation where you're bluffing a lot, but he doesn't even think about you bluffing. He just thinks about his outs. So somebody who's good enough to count outs.
Yeah.
And if you say to that guy, well, I mean, he only had, and he doesn't know about implied odds. He only knows express odds. This is a limit player who's come to the table. And you go, well, I bet pot. You only had, and he goes, I mean, I've only got, I've got 8 outs, but you bet pot. And you go, yeah, you're not getting the right odds to call. Somebody else who doesn't know what odds are, you've just told them you should learn about odds.
Yeah. That was the one thing
Yeah, so
I accidentally said something about equity in one hand. And the guy was like, what are you talking about? I was like, oh, nothing. I was like, I'm pretty sure I'm wrong anyways. I actually miscounted.
yeah, exactly. So we don't,
Fuck.
but we're trying not to say any of that stuff at the table. And Dean gave a really good suggestion. And I think this is actually perfect, Dean. Dean says, just whisper in there, shh, we don't want to scare off the bad players by talking poker. And those may not be the exact words you're going to use, but that is great. You compliment the person. This person has told you they think you're good, right?
Yeah.
And you're not going to play a little game of saying something so stupid they go, oh, I thought you were good. You're not going to do that because you're still going to play good. They're going to know you play good because you're winning. So you bring them into the club of we play good and we don't talk, and people who play good don't talk about poker because we don't want, for all the reasons I just said, we not only don't want the other players to know that we're better than them, we don't want them to know what the questions are.
I did do the one time I did do a little bit of that where it was whenever I was first getting started, there was a super obvious fish at the table that it was more of a whale. And everyone, they were all like telling me about how they're targeting this guy.
Yeah.
And I was like, why? Like, even though obviously I'm sitting here trying to isolate him over and over again.
Yeah, I
They
don't know if it's-
figured it.
I
They
just
did.
keep good hands against him. I don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, every like two or three hands, the next thing you know, they see me ISOing with like something stupid, but then
Yeah.
winning then winning on showdown because I did connect and get lucky a couple of times, but they were like, "Oh, so you're after him too?" And I was like, "What are you talking about?" I said, "I thought 9-8 offsuit was good from early position," but
But even then, you've just used the words early position.
I didn't say it specifically.
Right.
I mean, it was a joke in my
Yeah.
head, but I said I thought 9-8
Exactly.
was good.
Felt lucky. Yeah, and so I mean, there are certain poker words that you're just allowed to say. I felt lucky. It's my favorite hand.
Yeah, yeah, that was. Now we're seeing 6-7 as Mike told us. Like,
Yes,
jeez.
exactly. Yeah,
But yeah,
I thought he would fold.
yeah. I mean, I
You
did.
know.
You know what I did see that was weird was I saw a donk raise on a nut changing card that was a bluff yesterday,
Mhm.
and I was
Donk raised. Oh, you mean he donked
donk
you
led
and
on
donk lead or a donk raised, then he re-raised.
no a donk lead.
Donk lead on a nut changing card as a bluff.
Yes. And I was like, what the hell? And I marked that guy quickly because he's a regular too. But
Yeah.
I was like, because 90% of the time I overfold to donk leads on nut changing cards when
Mhm.
I have no way of improving really. But
Yeah.
this time it was actually a bluff. But it was on the river, which I was like, that's slightly different, I think. Because I think on the turn, I feel like the river is just they're more willing to put one street of one bluff one street than to
Yeah.
do it on the turn and then have to continue to barrel on the river.
Right.
But we can talk about that on Monday if you guys are interested at all.
Okay. Cool, man. All right. I will see you guys. I will probably miss you Monday and Tuesday of next week. I will probably see you Friday of next week. Is that true? When do we fly? Who cares? We fly the next day. Okay. So yeah, I probably will see you Friday.
Okay. All right. Well, we will. Is Dean still in here?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Dean's
All right. I will see you guys Monday. I'm
yeah,
gonna
see you Monday.
good luck at the tables this weekend if you guys are playing.
You
Yeah,
too.
you too.
And Dean, I think your answer is the best answer.
Which
I just I play dumb like every time when I
Yeah.
go to Vegas and I'm just pretending like it's my first time in Vegas or something, you know? And I'm just like, I try not to talk poker and it's kind of hard when it is hard when there's like a guy next to you that's like constantly wanting to talk hands and stuff. And you just kind of got to give him that cold shoulder.
Yeah.
You got to be strong about it.
I actually have one other question is I play with a lot of old guys that are super chatty and just want to talk to you. And I'm trying to focus, obviously. I don't want to be distracted, but I also do not want to be a total asshole that's like just ignoring this guy talking to me. And it's partially from being like, I don't know, I try to respect the elderly and people that are older than me. So like I'm not gonna just be a dick to the guy, but I do find it hard to like I try to like pay attention and this guy keeps talking to me, talking about his fucking house in some place or his son doing this and he's your age, blah blah blah, this and that. But
Yeah.
I try not to be an asshole, but I was wondering if you have any recommendation for a situation like that where you're like, can you shut up?
If you
I'm
can-
trying to pay attention to what's going on in the hand.
Yeah, the problem is that he might respect when you're in the hand, but he doesn't respect when you're not in the hand. He doesn't
Exactly.
understand.
That's when I'm trying to focus is when I'm not in the hand.
No, which is really what you want to do. Okay, so old guys who want to have a monologue with you, they don't need you to do much to participate.
Yeah. I mean,
Practice a tiny bit of
Nod
multitasking
the head,
of not
watch the
hearing
head and
words,
nod your head.
waiting for then they
Smile.
pause and go, really tough.
Oh, yeah.
Or put on fake headphones.
I also that's true. I like to be able to hear though, because I love to hear whenever someone's starting to get frustrated by me. And I
Exactly.
can figure out how they're going to respond whenever I play.
And also headphones
Fake
look like
earbuds.
more grindy, like your pro more grindy, you know, I
That's
think,
true.
than like a casual player in the casino trying to lose their money.
Yeah.
Well, you
Yeah.
know, the best thing is the casual players I see that wear the glasses, headphones, uh, hood over, hat down, and then just continue to make the worst plays of all
And
time.
limp, right, and then open limp on the button.
Yeah, open limp the button. That's literally every single time. That's the same guy, and they like flip their chair around so you know that they're like leaning onto the back of the chair
Yep,
and
poker
they're
face.
covering their face.
Doing
Just
your
makes me
massage.
laugh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it
So
makes me laugh.
the two things on that one is, yeah, you really want to be paying attention to the other hands at the table. And you want to avoid that. And at the same time, in the future, you also want to keep those guys, you want to make it a fun, you want to be the guy people want to play with. You want to make the game fun to have people there who are recreational, right?
Yeah,
It will, so one of the skills will be how to banter without paying attention. But
Okay.
for now, put in earbuds that are fake.
okay. Yeah, no, that's. I do try to be like fun at the table because the people do obviously.
Yeah.
They want to play with you more. I could tell people were like originally I just wouldn't say a word and I'd just sit there and play and
Mhm.
be extremely focused and people would start to get pissed off and it depends on the player. Some of the players love me because they're like they just want to gamble and get action
Yeah.
and I'm making the pot bigger. So they're like,
Yeah.
hell yeah, this is awesome. I like playing with this guy. Then there's the older people that were generally like the old
We want to limp, and this guy is making it hard to limp.
Exactly. We're here to gamble. We want to see a lot of flops. You're no fun, but you don't. But in terms of making the game fun, in my opinion, which is it's how you're not a dick at the table. It's not how you don't play like a dick. You get to.
Mhm.
I am not in favor of making the game fun by not playing like a dick.
yeah. I try to make it fun by being like, you know, when I'm talking just I'm not I don't think I'm a piece of shit person in general. I'm generally most of the people like me at the table, so I just talk to them a little bit, but try to make sure I'm focused and crack some jokes and everything every once in a while. But just make sure that they're not. I just don't want to be totally fucking antisocial, like
Yep.
because nobody likes that guy, and there's always that one guy at the table that comes and just. And he always plays terribly too, and just limps all the time. But he just sits there with his headphones in, and
Yep.
and nobody wants to be around him.
You can always use like an excuse. Oh yeah, I seen Phil Ivey do this on an old poker video or something like that, and then they'll just think that's your knowledge base is like watching old poker footage.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Cool, man. Happy grind, everybody.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.